Distinguished ministers, representatives of the European Commission and international organizations, regional partners, dear friends and associates, good afternoon and welcome to the 5th Forum of the EU Strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region under the slogan Strengthening the Adriatic-Ionian region through cooperation. This two-day event is jointly organized by the government of the Republic of Serbia and the European Commission with the support of EUSAIR Facility Point project. 7 years ago, 9 European countries surrounding the Adriatic and Ionian Seas developed a strategy which expresses our common vision for the future of the region with support and guidance of the European Commission. Serbia presided the EU strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region in 2020, the most challenging year in recent history. However, the global crisis caused by the coronavirus pandemic did not prevent us from presenting the results of our cooperation within the Adriatic-Ionian strategy and organizing this forum. Since we will not be able to bring you to Belgrade, we will try to bring you Belgrade, Serbia and the region to your homes and workplaces this way. For all of our attendees on the platform, you may access the different sections of the platform by simply using the buttons on the home screen. All sessions are located in the program section. You have the option to bookmark the session of the interest and thus create your personalized agenda. In addition, you can also interact during the forum. The first option for interactions during the event is the main chat room. Participants will have the opportunity to ask questions and reflect on presentations. In the course of 2 days, we will have speakers and officials from countries included in the EU strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region: Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Greece, Italy, Northern Macedonia, Slovenia, Serbia, Croatia and Montenegro. The forum will also enable a virtual networking of stakeholders from Serbia as the host country and their European partners during the breaks between sessions. Participants and followers of this event will be able to learn more about initiatives and projects in the Adriatic and Ionian regions within the virtual exhibition space. Officials from the participating countries and the European Commission, relevant experts and policy creators, as well as the general public, will gather in a virtual format to discuss the future of the Adriatic-Ionian strategy and its role in solving key issues in the region. The event will also be an opportunity to analyze macro-regional cooperation, taking into account the context of the strategic and legal European Union framework in the 2021-2027 programming period, with the purpose of financing macro-regional priorities through EU pre-accession funds and European Structural and Investment Fund. Now it is my honor and great pleasure to introduce our special guests and speakers who will officially open this event. Being the host of the 5th Forum of the EU Strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region, you will first be addressed by the Minister of European Integration of the Republic of Serbia and the National IPA Coordinator, Jadranka Joksimovic, who is joining us in the studio today. The Ministry of European Integration, apart from other areas it engages in, is responsible for coordinating donor and development assistance to Serbia, as well as for coordinating all cross-border and transnational cooperation programs implemented in our country. The Adriatic-Ionian strategy is precisely a part of this agenda of the Ministry. Minister Joksimovic, may I say welcome again in this studio.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. I will address all participants in Serbian language, since I hope that Serbian language will be the next one official language of European Union. So I will use the opportunity to address all participants in Serbian. Dakle, poštovani učesnici, pre svega poštovani kolega Selakoviću, sa kojim zajedno otvaramo i zajedno
open and host this strategy for the Adriatic Ionian region of the EU. Esteemed Minister Logar, Forum Chair, Deputy Prime Minister Dimitrov, and all other dear participants. It gives me great pleasure and an honor to wish you welcome to the 5th Forum of the EU Strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region. Traditionally, of course, these fora are organized by the country holding the presidency of the strategy, which is why this forum was planned for May last year, so during 2020, during Serbia's presidency. Since it is only now that we enjoy the favorable condition to hold this forum, this one will certainly be different from the previous one, and this is why we managed to organize it even in this virtual way on a digital platform. I think it's a very important moment, not just for the Western Balkans and Serbia, but for Europe as a whole and the EU and the rest of the world, and to speak about some important aspects of our cooperation, because if you've learned anything from 2020 as a turning point year, we have entered a new phase of creating our joint future, and I believe through our macro-regional strategy of the Adriatic Ionian Initiative, all the countries surrounding this basin and which have already defined themselves as a bloc of countries that are linked both culturally and historically, but also through our interests toward future interests, and to contribute to revitalize Europe and sustainable development in Europe with revitalized and sustainable Western Balkans, and most of the countries in this initiative are countries in the Western Balkans. That is why I believe that, and I'd like to thank our colleagues from Slovenia to have made it possible early in 2021. We organized this forum still under the Serbian presidency, the 5th Adriatic Ionian Forum. I'd also like to wish a warm welcome to North Macedonia, who have recently joined the strategy and the initiative, and thus this strategy has become the only strategy of the EU to include more non-EU than EU member states. And this is proof of the potential of the countries in the region, both those that are already EU candidate countries as well as potential candidates, to improve these capacities reflected in what is most important, which is to improve our cooperation also away from negotiations and work on towards a better future for both our citizens and citizens of the EU. North Macedonia has already demonstrated its proactive approach, and we look forward to their even greater engagement in achieving the strategy goals, especially in view of linking the hinterland with the Adriatic and Ionian Seas. These 2 days, we shall hear from over 60 interesting participants who will talk about diverse experiences during different forms of cooperation during a global pandemic, primarily through examples of good practices. Nevertheless, I believe that our main concern, bearing in mind what I've already said, will be dedicated to efforts to improve the partnership between us in the Western Balkans as an integral part of the Adriatic Ionian region, and all the challenges that these countries and we all face in an effort to realize their strategic priorities in the areas which represent the pillars of the strategy, primarily in the areas of transport, energy, and in the environment. And everything that, I would say, main key policies, joint policies of the EU, which refer to sustainable growth, inclusive growth, and instruments for its achievement through the green agenda, digitalization, infrastructural, and every other form of infrastructure linking from transport, digital, ecological, social, all all these are topics which are on the EU agenda and for which Serbia is already prepared, bearing in mind that about a year ago we've defined our national investment plan, Serbia 2025, bearing in mind the fact that not only going in step but rather anticipating the new instruments of the economic growth for the whole of Europe. And I think in this context we are well harmonized with the key policies of the EU. These key policies have been transposed into a new methodology for negotiations, as a cluster methodology where rather than negotiating individual chapters, we've got 6 clusters where we've grouped certain chapters bearing in mind the flagship policies of the EU. So what I've already said is all parts of the new cluster methodology, and I think all the projects that we'll be working on and that we've worked on until now, what is the framework of the EUSAIR, will mainly be the way to put into practice the achievement within these 6 clusters, negotiating clusters. These clusters include inclusive growth, the green agenda, digitalization, resources, agricultural policy, internal market, the rule of law, of course, more than anything else. This is our starting point, and which I believe is the principle that is becoming more and more important for a successful resilience and a successful response to from European societies to all sorts of crises. And I think that Serbia is very actively preparing for this new methodology. We've got loads of plans. We are in constant contact with the European Commission, and I believe it's all important for all of us in the Western Balkans, no matter where we are in the negotiating process. And this EUSAIR strategy is a strategy that gathers all these countries, candidates, potential candidates, and EU member states, and I believe that this can be an important instrument for improving and speeding up, accelerating and giving credibility to the goals of the new methodology, and which are the goals to the process of EU enlargement becomes even more credible and also will hopefully be even more accelerated. I'd also like to say a few more sentences regarding Serbia's presidency over the strategy. Serbia's presidency of EUSAIR strategy, I'd like to praise the work not only of the Ministry of European Integration and also those in charge of this process in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, my associates, Mr. Dacic, and many others who have actively, and during a very difficult year of 2020, which was a challenging year for all of us, who've managed to organize 16 meetings, roundtables, expert meetings in the area of protecting cultural heritage, energy and cooperation among universities. In spite of the pandemic, we held a ministerial meeting in May, which resulted in the adoption of a ministerial declaration aimed at the implementation of the strategy in the following 12 months. Besides underlining the importance of further efforts to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on public health and healthcare systems, and obviously rebuilding the socio-economic activities in the Adriatic-Ionian region, the declaration stresses the need to include the priorities of the strategy in the planning process for EU funds in the next multi-annual budget, so 2021 to 2027, not only in the Western Balkans but also in EU member states. Regional cooperation and coordination of measures and activities towards mitigating the consequences of the pandemic on the economy and society, of course, have been one of the most important elements for these conclusions. But I'd also like to stress, and I believe this will be an important topic during this two-day exchange of experiences and plans for the future, is the result of my multi-annual experience, not only as a Minister for European Integration, but also National Coordinator for IPA funds, in charge of programming and managing pre-accession funds of the EU. You well know that a few months ago, we presented the new encouragement, investment and economic plan for the Western Balkans, which was presented to us for the Commission of Arheli. And this plan, in the financial sense, in the perspective 2021-27, needs to financially financially, and sometimes this is always very important to support all these plans and these joint policies and goals which have been defined through the new methodology and which will, of course, allow us to, within a reasonable time frame, to achieve a convergence of the economies of the Western Balkans with the economies of EU member states. This for us is a key point. This is something that is important for us. I think in August last summer we prepared a list of 12 large infrastructural projects in the area of transport links, energy infrastructure and linking, green agenda, digitalization. It was only yesterday that we signed, and this is something I'd like to point out. We prepared the documents with the European Bank, 7 million euros for introducing broadband internet for all schools in rural areas in Serbia, because this is the only way that we can train everybody to be able to be competitive in our society. And this is one of the projects that for which we applied through the EU Investment Programme for Western Balkans. Within this package, there are also some very important projects talking about the gas interconnection between Serbia and North Macedonia. This is, of course, part of our Adriatic and Ionian strategy and all the projects that we are working on. This has been selected as one of the key projects for the energy community in the area of gas, and we have harmonized several national, regional and European strategies, initiatives and funds. I've only mentioned a couple of projects, but there are many other projects that we've applied for, and one of the most important is the development of ports, which is very important for the development of the transport sector. There have been many, a number of research have been conducted in this area. So 2020, in spite of all the difficulties and challenges, have brought new horizons, new possibilities, new needs, and I would say that we have entered this year well prepared, with eyes wide open, so that all of us in the region and in the macro region of the Adriatic Ionian region, we do not come out as losers, but rather all of us entering a new era, hand in hand, and joining our forces so that we all turn out to come out the winners for citizens of the Western Balkans, the whole of the EU, and I'm sure that our cooperation will be an important segment of revitalizing Europe, revitalizing the EU, its economy, and the total convergence of our economies with that of the EU, and making our region more competitive and introducing sustainable development in Europe, which is still, I believe, the best place for work and to live in. So I wish you all the best in your work, in planning projects. I am sorry if I've taken too much of your time, but I really wanted to give you an overview of what we have done, how far we've got in the negotiating process, what it is that we expect in the future, and also for the macro-regional strategy of Adriatic and Ionian Strategy Initiative has a very important place in the future and opens up great possibilities for more evident, visible joint projects and development. That has been the case so far. Once again, I wish you every success, and even if I have to do this virtually, welcome to Belgrade and welcome to Serbia. Thank you once again. No, you haven't taken up too much of our time. You are the host after all.
The Republic of Slovenia took over the presidency of the strategy. So our esteemed guests from Ljubljana, the Slovenian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Anže Logar, will join us in our live program. Minister Logar, please.
Thank you. In May 2020, we, the EUSAIR minister, decided to give our Serbian colleagues the opportunity to host full-fledged EUSAIR forum during the Slovenian presidency, as we were hoping the health situation to improve. Even though the situation in Europe and globally is still challenging at the moment, I commend the determination of Serbia to remind us of the importance of regional cooperation. COVID-19 has significantly affected our economies and our societies. We are saddened that it has taken numerous lives. Currently, we are all facing lockdown situation in our region. Both the EU and its members adopted significant support scheme to assist most affected sectors to fight unemployment and to boost smart and green COVID recovery. For the strong and resilient Europe, unprecedented amount of funds has been activated. First promising results are here, and first vaccination of most vulnerable population is already taking place, giving us hope for end of this terrible pandemic. But new normal will have to be different. It will be smarter as digitalization significantly improved in all sectors. It will have to be green. We need biodiversity to increase our own food production. We need sustainable energy sources, and we need green mobility. And most importantly, however, we need cooperation and coordination. These are the topics we are focusing on during the current Slovenian presidency of EUSAIR. For the first time and after a few years of hard work in all of our 4 pillars, we were able to jointly agree on the action of strategic importance for the macro region, the EUSAIR flagship, to be embedded in our own national cohesion policy and IPA programming documents 2021-2027. I was very glad that Commissioner Elisa Ferreira expressed support to our efforts. Madam Commissioner, yours and the European Commission support will be indispensable during the monitoring and evaluation of the embedding achievements. Without ensuring financial sources to implement common agreed EUSAIR priorities, we cannot succeed in making our region and Europe safe, secure, smart, and green. But EU is not alone. Our neighbors from the Western Balkans countries are with us too. What we have jointly agreed at the macro-regional level is very much relevant for Western Balkan countries too, and for the swift implementation of the EU Economic and Investment Plan for the Western Balkans. I'm glad that under the initiative of the Slovenian presidency, these options will be further explored in weeks to come. The Council conclusions we adopted in December last year following the European Commission Macro-Regional Strategy Implementation Report are very ambitious. Their implementation now requires our common actions. After accepting the new EUSAIR member in 2020, the North Macedonia, I'm happy to inform you that also the Republic of San Marino expressed its intention to join EUSAIR. I hope that during the next EUSAIR ministerial meeting, we will respond in a positive manner to their request, reconfirming the attractiveness of the Adriatic-Ionian strategy for all countries of the region. Dear colleagues, dear commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very successful forum, and I'm already looking forward to continuing our discussion and joint work during the regular 6th EUSAIR annual forum that I will host in Slovenia on 11th and 12th of May this year. Hopefully, the COVID situation will allow us to greet you all there in person and shake your hand as well. Thank you.
Mr. Logar, thank you very much. The European Commission provides strong support and encouragement to the development of the strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region. So during this introduction, we will have the opportunity to hear 2 exclusive video statements by the European Commissioner for Cohesion and Reform, Elisa Ferreira, and the European Commissioner for Neighbourhood Policy and Enlargement, Oliver Varhey.
Dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your invitation today, and my special thanks to the Serbian presidency for their commitment to maintaining this event despite the difficult circumstances. This conference comes at a very appropriate time. Our overriding priority remains to bring the pandemic under control. The new variants pose additional challenges, and the situation is still worrying in several countries. Vaccines are a ray of hope. However, we know that the process is not immediate. Until we manage to vaccinate a significant part of the population, prudence and protection is paramount. Moreover, we know that in a pandemic, we will only be protected when everybody is protected. Solidarity is essential, notably with our neighboring countries, of course. I very much hope that by the beginning of the holiday season this summer, the situation will have improved substantially, and vaccination will help to bring us back to normality. Meanwhile, we must continue our work to improve the situation on the ground, containing COVID, but also dealing with its impacts in all areas, from health services to the economy. We must use all our resources well. From the investments of cohesion policy, augmented by REACT-EU, to our emergency assistance, which we have extended to the Western Balkan countries as a gesture of solidarity. The Adriatic and Ionian macro-regional strategy has a crucial role to play in making new investments geared to the recovery and as effective as possible. Projects delivered in cooperation have a broader and deeper impact than those done in isolation. And today, I see three next steps for our cooperations. First, we must ensure that all sources of funding, whether from EU or national origin, are aligned with the strategy. Embedding is not just a technical term. It means dialogue between program authorities and colleagues across the macro region. The selection of flagships is a very good start. This will bring people and funding together around key EU priorities, such as the Green Deal. Initiatives such as the Berlin Process, the Regional Cooperation Council, and the Energy Community and the Transport Community, all of these must be mutually reinforcing. They must reinforce each other. This will help avoid parallel efforts. It will generate complementarities, but it will add value to the macro-regional actions and projects. Interreg makes a big contribution for the future of the region and will obviously continue to play a key role, but other funding sources must also be mobilized. The Douai Mary project has developed innovative services for the new tourist routes, while promoting lesser-known destinations, and the new BRAIN project has acted as an incubator for projects to tackle infrastructure gaps and technological bottlenecks. Second, we must further engage citizens and civil society. Here I count on all partner countries by improving communication, by involving citizens and civil society in the activities of the macro-regional strategy, by investing in people-to-people initiatives, youth actions, culture, education. Such actions do not only mobilize citizens, they make the macro-regional strategy much more visible and obviously much more effective. Third, we must do all we can to support the accession process of Western Balkan countries. This means reaching out through our European Union policies to sectors such as environment, connectivity, energy, transport, innovation. In each case, the Adriatic and Ionian strategy can play an important role. Well, in conclusion, the motto of Europe, united in diversity, very much applies to your region. In Europe, we are blessed with an incredible richness and range of cultures, of traditions. From our food to our languages to our history, this diversity is to be celebrated. But we are also united in a free association of respectful equals, united in tackling the crisis, united in providing solidarity to those in need, united and working together for our green and digital future. Your work today is an opportunity to contribute to that unity, to that cooperation of equals. This is the way that Europe has always been built, step by step, by thousands of small cooperations at every level, creating a de facto solidarity. I wish you fruitful discussions and a lot of health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address you on the occasion of the 5th Forum of the EU Strategy for Adriatic and Ionian Region. In these uncertain and unprecedented times, the topic of this forum, strengthening resilience, is very relevant and timely. The EU has already deployed a great deal of support to our Western Balkans partners to strengthen their resilience and to support their economic recovery, and we will continue to do so. In April 2020, the EU put together a package of 3.3 billion euros of emergency assistance to support the region in face of the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. In October, we adopted a major economic and investment plan for the whole region. And currently, we are exploring all options to provide vaccines to the Western Balkans as early as possible. This includes setting up a mechanism to provide vaccines offered by member states. We must ensure a united front to beat the COVID-19. At the same time, we must focus on the swift implementation of the economic and investment plan to support the economic recovery. The plan aims at mobilizing up to 9 billion euros of grant funding and an additional 20 billion of investments triggered by guarantees. It will support the economic recovery and boost convergence with the European Union. The plan will be key for the post-pandemic recovery of the Western Balkans by creating transport, energy and digital infrastructure connections throughout the region and with the EU. This will set the basis for a sustainable economic growth that citizens and young generations are asking for. The plan is also crucial to deal with the future systemic shocks, ensure the environment is protected, and create sustainable business opportunities. Embedded in the economic and investment plan is the support for the creation of a common regional market for the Western Balkans. This is a milestone of economic integration in line with the EU acquis on the way towards EU accession. It has the potential to bring down borders for trade, borders for investment, and borders for people. The common regional market also has a strong digital component, and governments in the Western Balkans are well on their way to abolish roaming fees by July. This demonstrates what can be achieved within this framework. Frameworks such as the Adriatic and Ionian Initiative and the EU Strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region fit well into this approach. The regional cooperation you facilitate and the good neighbourly relations you reinforce are essential for the Western Balkans' European path. In addition, your focus on sustainable tourism, environmental quality, connecting the region and blue growth are very much in tune with the ambition of the economic and investment plan. Moreover, these frameworks bring benefits because our Western Balkan partners stand on equal footing with EU member states. I am certain the outcome of your discussions today will make a valuable contribution to the implementation of key EU policies in the Western Balkans. I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Evo, čuli smo izlaganje gospođe Joksimović iz zvaničnika Evropske unije, čuli smo izlaganje gospodina Andžeja Logera, ministra spoljnih poslova Slovenije, koji preuzimaju predsjedavanje. Da li možemo samo kratko, pre nego što nastavimo dalje, da kažemo možda nešto o tome šta su ciljevi Srbije u ovom narednom periodu?
See what the goals of Serbia are during the Slovenian presidency. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to take this opportunity while waiting for the next participant from Northern Macedonia to say a few words. Slovenia has taken over the presidency, and I have listened to the speech of my colleague, Minister Logar, and I think their presidency in this year will touch upon what has really become important during the pandemic, and it was not so visible during the pandemic, but this was a topic that was quite prominent before the pandemic, which is the Green Agreement and the Green Agenda. I believe that Slovenia, as my colleague Logar has said, that Slovenia will concentrate on the Green Agenda, which I think will be the topic of this year. I would like to remind you that at the summit held last year on we adopted the Sofia Declaration for Western Balkans, and this has become a part of this economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans. And I believe it is based on the European Green Agenda, and this entire region has undertaken the obligation to implement measures of control and prevention of climate change, pollution, development of renewable energy sources, biodiversity, and everything that a circular economy as well, sustainable agriculture and food production. Then I think all these are topics which have penetrated the general public, which is one of the important steps for us, because I believe that this topic has been always put on the back burner. There were always some other burning topics which required the economic situation, political relations, etc. But I believe that this is a topic that will be a new source of growth for the whole of Europe. And I believe that the Western Balkans, as well as all other countries, obviously the countries in the Adriatic Ionian Initiative, we need to take active part, because the EU plans are very ambitious. We're talking about climate neutrality, for Europe to be the first climate neutral continent until 2050. The Sustainable Development Goals, they're all very demanding topics, but I think that we have all responsibly joined these projects. And I believe that in cooperation with Slovenia, we'll be building on developing connectivity in the region, meeting the demands of the Green Initiative. And I've also restructured the Ministry of European Integration, introduced a new department for coordinating the harmonization of national reforms with the policies and achieving the goals of the SDGs and the Green Agenda. So we're preparing and actively taking part in this initiative. As a landscape architect, I'd like to join you in this well-wishing. And as you said, we were expecting a speaker.
With us in the cross-border cooperation program, the Republic of Northern Macedonia has become a new member of the EU strategy for the Adriatic Ionian region, and we are especially pleased to present you the Deputy Prime Minister for European Affairs of the Republic of Northern Macedonia and the National IPA Coordinator, Nikola Dimitrov, who will address us live from Skopje. Mr. Dimitrov, please join us.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. Special greetings to Jadranka, Minister Joksimovic, as our virtual host for this forum. Of course, it would have been much better to be in Belgrade in person, knowing the renowned Serbian hospitality. Also, a special greetings to Anje, Minister Logar, having the presidency of this strategy. Esteemed Mr. Navarro, distinguished participants. It is my utmost pleasure to join you all today at the opening of this 5th forum of the EU strategy on the Adriatic and Ionian region. an event that every year brings together diverse stakeholders from both governmental and non-governmental sector for thought-provoking, forward-looking discussions for our macro region. This is the second time I take part in this renowned event since the accession of North Macedonia in April of 2020. Last time I addressed the gathering from the position of a Minister of Foreign Affairs. This year I'm doing so in a capacity for Deputy Prime Minister for European Affairs. Slightly different portfolio, but same priorities nonetheless. For me personally and officially, for my government. Bringing European values and standards at home and accession to the European Union. And while on that path, we remain fully dedicated to strengthening regional cooperation within the Western Balkans, but also broadening the multi-level policy dialogue within the wider Adriatic-Ionian macro region. The COVID-19 pandemic, in addition to its immediate human health and life impact, is having a disruptive effect on the economy and on people's livelihoods. It represents an unprecedented burden on the health and social protection systems, as well as a severe setback for our economies. Thousands of citizens are at risk of losing their jobs, and temporary government support measures represent a heavy fiscal burden. The path of cooperation is thus not just the wise choice. It is the only right choice for countries in the region and beyond in the fight against the pandemic and in our endeavors to strengthen the resilience of every sector affected by the pandemic. The way to cope and defeat the virus is for cooperation and solidarity to outpace the spread of the virus. In the course of the next 2 days and the thematic sessions of the forum, number of these aspects observed from the prism of the Adriatic and Ionian strategy pillars will be discussed in depth. Those discussions will provide even clearer picture on what needs to be done in the coming future, but also where cooperation is of crucial importance, not only among the 9 EUSAIR participating countries, but the European Union as well. Throughout the years, the support from the European Union, both in terms of reform and financial assistance, has been significant. In addition to the well-established instruments and mechanism for financial support, the EU generously supported a significant part of COVID-19 countermeasures within the Western Balkans countries, earmarking 3.3 billion euros worth COVID-19 package for the region last year. The package considerably decreased the pressure on our national budgets. Given its aim, I expect that the same applies to the rest of the benefiting countries. Decreased pressure on national budgets by default brings higher resilience in the socio-economic areas covered by the package, especially in the labor market, small and medium enterprises, the health sector. In the upcoming 7 years, we expect extended and more targeted support with IPA 3, and in particular through the established economic and investment plan for the region. The 9 billion euro assigned to the region in the frame of the economic and investment plan will further stimulate long-term economic recovery, support sustainable connectivity, a green and digital transition, human capital, competitiveness and inclusive growth, foster regional integration and convergence with the European Union. The green agenda in the region complements the economic and investment plan and its 10 flagships in the efforts of the EU to apply the regional approach in its cooperation with our countries. It is abundantly clear that the Adriatic and Ionian strategy pillars and priorities clearly fit into the scope of the economic and investment plan and the green agenda. By implementing projects that connect the region in terms of transport and energy, projects tackling environmental quality, projects which will bring back the glory of tourism as highly important economic branch, and last but not least, blue growth, the strategy will surely be embedded in the activities deriving from the economic and investment and the green agenda. Stronger and more resilient Western Balkans leads towards stronger and more resilient Adriatic and Ionian macro region, which ultimately leads to stronger and more resilient European Union. And only solid and sustainable cooperation at all levels will serve as a catalyst of these processes. I would like to conclude my address by extending my gratitude for the invitation to the organizers of the forum and wish all the speakers and participants a very fruitful event. Thank you.
Mr. Dimitrov, thank you very much. Next, Dr. David Navarro, Special Envoy to the World Health Organization, Director General for the response to the 2019 coronavirus outbreak, will present his experience on how cooperation can help in the post-COVID recovery. Dr. David Navarro has a 45-year-long career in international affairs with 20 years in the UN system. He served as a special advisor to the UN Secretary General for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Climate Change, and since 2017 he has been heading a small social enterprise helping people become system leaders for sustainable development. His work on climate, food, COVID-19 and health is relevant to the two macro-regional strategies, and today we will have the opportunity to hear about his experiences.
Good day. It's wonderful to have this opportunity to give a special address during the 5th EUSAIR Forum taking place this month in January in Belgrade in Serbia. I note that the title is Strengthening the Resilience of the Adriatic and Ionian Region Through Cooperation. I'm going to focus on three different facets of work in which I've been involved during the last few years, in which the importance of cooperation for ensuring resilience is borne out again and again. I would like, if it's okay, to use the experiences that I've learned as somebody who teaches leaders, teaches them to be systems leaders, and indeed what we call living systems leaders, because it's systems that are full of people. I'm trying to help people to be systems leaders, but I've got these examples from particularly the climate and nature area, from the food area, and from the COVID and health area, which I hope will help me to make a number of points to you that I think are relevant to what you are doing in EUSAIR under the Macro Regional Strategies Programme. So let me focus first of all on COVID. I could talk about COVID all day and all night. So complex, so interesting, and also, I'm afraid, so terrible. I've learnt that we must understand that it's the virus that is the adversary, but people are the solution. And that therefore it's really important that when we're talking with people and engaging with people about their roles with regard to this virus, we focus on the people as the answer and never as the problem. Of course, dealing with a communicable disease, a disease that can cause big outbreaks, a disease that can have significant mortality, we have to have systems that work, systems that can help societies to get on top of the disease. And so I've learned that dealing with COVID is all about having functioning systems in societies, systems that enable public health to be provided, but also systems that enable communities to be resilient, and systems that particularly focus on the needs of those who are most poor. I've learned that you need tools to detect those who've got the disease, tools to treat them, and of course, tools also to protect them, for example, with vaccines. And we need cooperation. Goodness me, if you don't have cooperation within a country, then there will be all sorts of difficulty in getting on top of the COVID. People will get confused. If you don't have cooperation between countries, then all sorts of difficulties arise, particularly so when you're talking about access to vaccine. So I've learned virus is the adversary. People are the solution. And if people can work together to get on top of the virus, we can do great. If people can't work together, then all sorts of problems arise. And that's when we get increases in numbers of cases. And of course, it's up to us to get ahead of this virus. And the only way we do so is through our own behavior, as well as through the active actions that we do on behalf of others. So what matters moving forward with COVID? Answer, it's all about how people work together within communities in order to be strong, to protect against this virus that's going to go on circulating for the foreseeable future. And that strength at community level has to really focus on the interests of poorer people, because it's poor people working in overcrowded locations who perhaps also live in very confined areas who are most at risk of getting this viral disease. So we need to have an approach to COVID that involves cooperation, particularly at local level, and that focuses on the challenges faced by poorer people, people who very often do not have much agency, who are not able to get the help they need in order to protect themselves against this disease. And the systems need to be working. So in conclusion, I've learned the value of local action, the value of focusing on equity, the value of working with people, the value of having systems that can function properly, the value of cooperation internally and between countries. And none of these things are going as well as I'd like them to, particularly the international cooperation. But where it works, particularly in Africa, and also I think in some of the countries in your part of Europe and some of the countries also in Latin America, where we get cooperation inside the country and between countries, where it works, then we get really good responses. And in East Asia, it has been amazing. We've got many countries in East Asia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Taiwan, China, and also we're going into the Pacific to New Zealand and Australia, where they're getting on top of it. Now, it doesn't surprise me that people working together at the local level, using tools with a focus on the needs of the poor, with systems and emphasizing cooperation, works, because that's the same as the set of principles that were adopted for the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. Work together at the local level. Add to that, work in an interdisciplinary way. Add to that, bring together different stakeholders, and then you get good cooperation and you get good results. Separate it out, fragment it, have people not getting on, all sorts of difficulties arise. And so that leads me to what I've learned on COVID and on the SDGs, and what I feel matters when dealing with complexity. It's as follows. People at the center, local level action, superb cooperation, working in an interdisciplinary way across the sectors with full accountability, and all the time making certain that wherever possible, there is bridging and reaching across between municipalities, between different local government areas, between countries, and then things work. So I thought, has what I've learned on COVID, what I've learned on the Sustainable Development Agenda, what I'm learning in my work on systems and systems development, has that got any relevance to you all in the macro regional strategies program, particularly with the EUSAIR program, with its focus on the cooperation between countries in the Adriatic and Ionian area? Well, you've got these four pillars of blue economy, of connectivity, of environment, and of tourism. And you've got an activity that's going across a number of different countries, some inside Europe and some outside Europe, but all linked together with an important common history. And you have a huge opportunity through civil society, through universities, through cities and other local government formats, and through national governments to really come together and to cooperate. Be very careful. We've found in COVID that some of the separations imposed by different sectors, or the separations imposed by different jurisdictions, or the separations at different national borders create all sorts of problems, whether it's access to vaccines, or whether it's access to treatment, or whether it's just simply people moving around. We found with COVID that indeed food systems on which we all depend for our nourishment have been very badly damaged. And I suppose I want to say, in EUSAIR, please continue to do everything you possibly can, as well as doing projects to focus on shifting the way in which government and society work, so that cooperation becomes the dominant characteristic, so that people are at the center all the time of everything you're trying to do. And so that you focus on systems and making sure those systems work for people with a particular emphasis on the poorest. It's a huge difference I've found in the COVID work. Wealthy people can manage, they can work from home, they can organize different arrangements, they can get people to help them if they're in difficulty. Poor people who've got limited reserves and who've got limited option to work around on some of the difficulties they face, who can't always negotiate different working conditions or extra help with childcare, they're the ones who struggle. So I'd like you to try in the same way in EUSAIR, all the time remember that life for the poorest is the tough one. So when you're considering regional integration on blue economy, on connectivity, on environment, on tourism, please build into your planning, as well as all the emphasis on people-centeredness and cooperation, build in that absolute importance of focusing on the challenges faced by poor people, because in the end, our countries, our societies are not helped if we end up with a kind of development that leads to fast track and easy street for those who have wealth and all sorts of further challenges for those who are poor. My big horror is that COVID leads to the world becoming more unequal. My big hope, and I'm a stubborn optimist, is that through COVID, we learn to work better together. And we don't just do well on COVID, but we find that we can also do well on nature. We can do well on tackling inequity. We can do well on the absolute injustice that happens in so many places to women in different settings, and we can do well on climate action. So with those remarks, I wish you well. Thank you so much for the chance to be with you today.
Thanks to Mr. Navarro for this video message. And now, as you see, we are back in studio. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Serbia, Mr. Nikola Selakovic. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, also the host of the 5th Forum of the EU Strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region, had a very important role during Serbia's presidency in 2020. Minister Selakovic, the microphone is yours.
Thank you so much, dear Vlado. And first of all, I would like to say that I'm at this position today just 3 months, but my dear colleague Jadranka Joksimovic has given a lot to this process in a special circumstances to have such kind of success. And I would like to thank her a lot for doing this so important task for Serbia. Well, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation to take part in today's meeting, organized by taking full advantage of modern technology and, above all, with the assistance and expertise provided to us by the European Commission. When the Republic of Serbia assumed its year-long presidency of the Adriatic and Ionian Initiative and chairmanship of the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region, we had ambitious plans for the period ahead. First and foremost, Serbia planned to continue to deepen cooperation in the framework of the Adriatic and Ionian region, while also building on the experiences of previous chairs and to closely cooperate with the incoming Slovenian chairmanship, counting on the support and expertise of the Permanent Secretariat of the Adriatic and Ionian Initiative seated in Ancona. I am also confident that all of you know that we planned to bring the Serbian AII presidency, EUSAIR chairmanship to an end at the 5th annual forum that would, in addition to our regular joint work, provide you with an opportunity to visit Belgrade and enjoy the traditional Serbian hospitality. And then, all of a sudden, virtually overnight, life happened to us. Smart people would say that life is indeed what happens to us while we are busy making plans for the future. What happened to all of us was the COVID-19 virus pandemic, which grew into an unprecedented threat to all of the participating countries of the Adriatic and Ionian Initiative, and to the Adriatic and Ionian region as a whole. We were all forced to impose protective measures that were of similar character throughout the Adriatic and Ionian region. What was the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the Republic of Serbia as the current chair of the Adriatic and Ionian Initiative and EUSAIR? And how did it affect our joint work? We were all struck by the pandemic at the time when Serbia, fully supported by the AII Secretariat, had already carried out 17 out of the 35 activities envisaged in the chairmanship calendar of events. The pandemic happened to us as we were making plans with the AII Secretariat and all the participating countries for the marking of 20th anniversary of our initiative. It broke out at the time when we were making joint efforts with the European Commission and Facility Point and all of you working with great enthusiasm to identify future priorities of the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region, and when the list of the flagship projects for all four pillars of the strategy was on the verge of being finalized. The pandemic happened just as the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Serbia, having become a regular member of the Forum of Adriatic and Ionian Chambers of Commerce at the beginning of Serbian chairmanship, was ready to organize a number of events aimed at the solidification of our mutual cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, another question that inevitably arises is what is the current situation of our joint activities and what expectations can we have for the future? I'm pleased to be able to say that despite the difficult challenges faced in the coronavirus pandemic during our chairmanship, we have succeeded in maintaining continuity in the implementation of the fundamental values we adopted by signing the Ancona Declaration more than 20 years ago. Through our joint efforts, concurrently with the traditional activities, we managed to continue pursuing the so-called new activities launched during the previous chairmanship, such as the activity of the trio presidency. The process aimed at expanding AII participation demonstrated in last year's Budva Declaration and the admission of North Macedonia and of San Marino to membership of the initiative successfully continued during the chairmanship of the Republic of Serbia too. In this context, I take this opportunity to congratulate once again our colleagues from Northern Macedonia as their country became the 9th participating country of the EU strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region in full capacity on the 2nd of April 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, much of the work we've had done together with the AII Permanent Secretariat was included in the annual report of the results of the activities of the AII Permanent Secretariat, which was distributed to all on 21st May 2020. On behalf of my country, I would like to express my gratitude to the AII Secretariat for evaluating Serbia's chairmanship in office in this report as successful and dynamic. As I said earlier, we planned to bring the Serbian AII presidency, EUSAIR chairmanship to an end at the 5th Annual Forum and elaborated on what the reason was that it did not happen at that time. Due to generous support of the European Commission and the extremely constructive approach of the current chair, Slovenia, we are having the 5th forum these very days. As announced in paragraph 35 of the Belgrade Declaration, adopted unanimously in the Adriatic and Ionian Council, EUSAIR, ministerial meeting held online on 27th of May 2020. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate Serbia's commitment to the values of the Adriatic and Ionian Initiative and its corresponding strategy, as a framework within which we conduct activities that strengthen the European path of the countries like mine, which are not yet full-fledged EU member states, all the while creating an even better place to live, an even better place to live in together with the participating EU member states, along with an invocable readiness to cooperate further with all participating countries of the Adriatic and Ionian Initiative. I wish our Slovenian colleagues a lot of success in implementing the tasks envisaged during their current chairmanship. Dear friends, lastly, I would like to end and to add with one final remark. No matter how useful modern technologies are, they cannot replace human interaction and hospitality. For this reason, I will be delighted to see you all in person soon. In the meantime, have an excellent 5th EUSAIR forum. Thank you for your attention.
Minister Selakovic, thank you very much again, and also thanks a lot to Minister Joksimovic. The 5th forum of the EU strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region brings together officials from the participating countries and the European Commission, relevant experts and public policy creators, as well as the wider public, in order to participate in the debate on the future of the Adriatic-Ionian strategy and its role in solving key issues in the region. The plenary and the thematic sessions during these 2 days are focused on the digital and green transition, regional response to the COVID-19 crisis, macro-regional cooperation regarding the EU's post-2020 strategic and legal framework, and a new methodology for the EU enlargement and the Western Balkans green agenda, as well as the recovery of the cultural and creative industries in the region. This year also marked the 100th anniversary of the Milutin Milankovic theory of the climate change. This Serbian mathematician, astronomer, climatologist, geophysicist and civil engineer is the creator of planetary climatology. He explained the long-term natural climate changes and ice ages. Now we must deal with the extensive climate changes caused by people. Although it does not have visible an impact as a pandemic, a great deal of commitment is necessary to stop the trend of global warming. The EU Green Agenda will thus mark the year in which Slovenia is presiding over the EU strategy for the Adriatic-Ionian region. All features of the present age will be the topic of this 5th strategy forum, which we are proud to organize in Belgrade this year. We invite you to follow our first topic, imagining post-COVID EUSAIR, how to cooperate in the new reality. The twin digital and green transition as a regional response to the COVID-19 crisis. We go live from the studio with experts in these areas from Serbia and Europe.
My name is Zoran Stanojević. I'm a journalist of Radio Television of Serbia. In the past 12 months, we went through a social and economic tsunami ignited by pandemics. It hasn't left anything untouched, and that is a gentle understatement. Many relations of all kinds that took decades to establish were cut in days. Borders were closed, people were forbidden to move literally, the curfews were imposed and barely lifted. We found different ways of communication and collaboration, mostly digital, but one question was ever present. What is the world and this region going to look like once we wake up from this nightmare, if it ever really ends? This session will attempt to give some answers about resilience, strengthening relations in the region in a different way, such that can withstand future challenges that we still have to foresee. How we can cooperate effectively in the post-pandemic reality. Panelists from different fields will provide their answers on how the cooperation in the region can contribute to minimizing the effects of the crisis, as well as how to better integrate the twin digital and green transition into EUSAIR. I'm inviting Mr. Norman Poppens, Deputy Director General, DG Regional and Urban Policy, European Commission, to give us some opening remarks. Mr. Poppens, please welcome.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me and giving me the floor. As you said in your introductory remarks and all the previous people, we are undergoing through a very difficult times in Europe and in the world in the light of the COVID-19 pandemics. This is why I think we have a lot of questions that we ask ourselves these days, and particularly about how the new life after COVID will look like. I think we, of course, are suffering when going through crises like this. At the same time, we can also learn from times like these. And I do hope that together, as a humanity, we will make some conclusions for our future normal. And we will really make sure that what we do and our decisions that we make will respect also the planetary boundaries within which we are all living. By this philosophic impact, I want now to thank you, of course, the Serbian ministers and all organizations for having a good presidency for the European Union strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region, and more importantly, for arranging this important annual forum. I honestly would have wished to be in Belgrade today. It is impossible, but we need to work virtually, and this is why I will try to shortly just give you where we are in the European Commission when we think about this new normal, and also where these macro-regional strategies such as the EUSAIR stand. Obviously, our first priority in the last years has been to have a coordinated and efficient response to crisis. And despite of what some media are claiming, I do believe, we all believe, that the European Union response to the crisis has been very effective and very strong. We have mobilized all the possible financial resources at the EU level, of course, to support the invention and production of vaccines. We have mobilized all the funds under the cohesion policy in all our programs all over Europe, as well as with our partner countries through the EPA measures, so-called Corona Response Investment Initiative measures. And we've seen that the billions of euros have been directed towards helping different parts of our society, be it small and medium-sized enterprises, people who have lost employment, health sector, and so on and so forth, to help to sustain the crisis and come back to the path of the recovery and growth. So this has happened. And I think also the fact that the EU has started this very important vaccination process is a sign that we have done quite well together. And we, of course, are looking at Western Balkan countries as our closest partners in all these efforts. And we look forward to working with you together to solve the problems and come back to the recovery and development path. And for that, we need to use all instruments. It's also true that at the EU level, we have agreed on certain rules. There are certain restrictions for traveling, for moving people around, but we still have kept, I think, the functioning of internal market and the basic freedoms there. The value chains are working, and we have supply of goods and services without any interruptions. I think, as I said, we need to learn, and I would like to say that something along the lines which our Commission President has said, that we need to emerge from this crisis, of course, stronger together, not just by, solving the contingencies of the past, but by investing into the future. So this is why, of course, we need to use all the instruments which are at our disposal. I mentioned some of them: cohesion policy. We have a new recovery and resilience facility. Of course, we have instruments, IPA instrument, and we have new NDC instrument with other countries. We need to use all those instruments that we have at our disposal, but it doesn't have to be only, sorting out the crisis as such. We need to look forward. We need to take seriously the necessity for us to deal with this necessity to go into green and digital transition, which is a serious one. And this is why I'm very happy to see that also the topics that you will be discussing, they are extremely important within this aspect. So it's not just about vaccinations and health crisis that we need to deal with. We need to make sure that our investment programs and also our policies that we are working on together, that they are geared to really make an impact on the ways that our economies function, on the ways that we live. And this is why Green Deal for us is not a slogan, it is a reality, and it is a Green Deal and green and digital transition. I would say that we are very seriously now also programming all our instruments towards these goals. So similarly, in this context, of course, the macro-regional strategies can, and I'm sure will, play an extremely important role. The topics identified as priority for the Ionian and Adriatic strategy are extremely important, not just for that macro region, which includes 4 EU member states and 5 partner countries. It is important also to show all Europe how some of these things can be tackled. You are based, you're united by the sea basin, and this is why blue growth, I think, is very important. We know that a lot of pollution goes into our seas and oceans, and we need to find the ways. And the only answer is cooperation. If we want our seas and oceans to be clean, blue, and then we need to work together. There's no other way. In isolation, we cannot solve these problems. Similarly, when we look at the issues emerging under crisis, I mentioned health, of course, economy, but the issue, for example, how we will deal with mobility is now one of the key issues we need to discuss. And it's not just about transport at the European level. We are looking now at urban mobility as a very important problem. I see that you will discuss transport and mobility, and I encourage you to come back also with some interesting ideas and solutions, because I'm convinced that this issue of how we fund mobility in future, how we improve our transport schemes, be it at the European level, macro-regional level, or at the city or functional area level, will be a very, very important topic within the light of all these new objectives. Equally, I'm very happy that you will talk about tourism. It's not a secret that many of the parts of our economy and society have suffered more, and tourism and culture are these sectors which have really suffered from the crisis. As you know, for the cohesion policy, we have introduced specific objective to support tourism and culture in our programs, so it is possible. And I think there again, we would look at the Ionian and Adriatic strategy as maybe something that can become a leading initiative to show how through the cooperation at this macro-regional level, we can help these two important parts of our economies to really recover and develop further. So all in all, I want to finish here. I want to wish you a very good day and finish with a very, important saying that I think and I believe that the answers to all these questions that are there today lie in the cooperation. So I do believe that only together we will become stronger. There is no other way for Europe as to work together. So let's do it. I wish you very efficient discussions and come back with good suggestions and solutions. And we are looking forward to working with future presidencies under the strategy. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Poppens. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Florence Gaub, Deputy Director of EU Institute for Security Studies, lead author of the European Strategy and Policy Analysis Systems report titled Global Trends to 2030, Challenges and Choices for Europe. She will reflect on the global trends and challenges for Europe until 2030 and the value of foresight in policy planning. Dr. Gaub, welcome, and the space is yours.
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me. You might know that we took Foresight also to Belgrade 3 years ago. We did a Foresight report also on the region, so it's a particular pleasure to be back here, even though it's just virtually. If you have never thought about Foresight or haven't looked at the report that I authored, well, is it actually any useful for policymaking? And at the beginning of the pandemic, there were a lot of people saying, there were so many warnings and politicians weren't listening to them. So in effect, basically Foresight doesn't work. And I'll explain in a second why that is wrong. So keep that in mind for a second. But let me explain to you first what Foresight is and what it can do. And then why is it relevant, I think, today? Well, Foresight I always compared to reconnaissance and warfighting. Now, if military analogies don't speak to you, let's look at the weather. So when you look at the weather forecast on your phone, that's not foresight, that's forecasting. So it will tell you what the weather will be like today. Foresight is the process in your head when you reflect on this information. So you're gonna think, okay, what is the weather gonna be like? Is it gonna be cold? Is it gonna be warm? What should I wear? But then you add additional information. Where will I go? Who will I be with? What are other elements that I need to take into account when I decide what I'm going to wear? So in a very banal incident, foresight is that process. It's taking all the elements of information you can get on the future, and then you take a decision based on it. And it's no different for policymaking. Now, of course, that's a pretty short-term foresight because it's only for a day. The further in the future you go, the more difficult it gets because there are so many other people out there doing their future too. And what they will do will influence, of course, your own future or any long-term future. And that's essentially the challenge that we have, that you have many different rivers, if you want, that are flowing together, and then they lead to a present that now is the future that you perhaps didn't see coming in that sense. And for that, I think foresight is particularly useful, especially today, because the world is so interconnected, because something that happens in China, something that happens in Australia can have an effect on you in the coming weeks, be it military, be it economy, be it social, et cetera, et cetera. So it's even more important now to think through the different options. And that's what foresight is. So foresight is not about predicting very firmly, this and this is going to happen, but giving you an idea of the different options. And then the most important thing is action, decision. So foresight needs to lead to a concrete action. Otherwise, it's not foresight, it's a horoscope. So why would I say that the people who say that foresight was not useful or that COVID showed that foresight had a flaw? I will disagree with that because, well, number one, we have never been through a pandemic before in Europe. So what you see, so we looked at all these claims, which political system is actually best at responding. I have a surprise for you. It turns out there is no winner. We have the country that responded the best, or the two countries that responded to the best, were Singapore and Taiwan. So clearly not the same political system. China, of course, wants you to think otherwise. But in fact, the countries that responded the best, what did they have in common? They had been through SARS. They had a previous pandemic experience. And that's where foresight, of course, always taps into what you already know. If we're going to go back to the weather analogy, if you've never been in the rain, you will not know that you will need a coat of a certain material. It's the same with pandemics. So we didn't have the pandemic experience. As a result, all the warnings that were given to policymakers, they were pretty vague. So they didn't lead to concrete action. Why? Because they were not as concrete as they claimed otherwise. So they didn't tell people it will be a disease that transmits very easily, that affects particularly older people, that will be distributed and so forth. No, all of these details were missing. So let me go back to an analogy. The warning was as effective as if you told the decision maker, in the near future, maybe in the next 5 or 10, but I'm not sure, there will be a war. I'm not going to tell you with which country or with what means it will be fought. So as a result, you can't do anything about it. Now go and prevent that. And that's a bit the way the warnings of the pandemic actually happened. So I want to debunk that myth that foresight wasn't useful for COVID. Now, but let's go to COVID. Why is every crisis a chance? Now, this might not be nice to hear because we're all suffering and, I'm in Paris, we're going to head into the next lockdown. So I really don't want to sugarcoat it for you. It's an awful situation for a lot of us. But why can a crisis be an opportunity? Well, when you're in crisis, you switch into a different mode of doing things. That means that you rearrange your priorities. Suddenly something else is more important than it used to be. You unlock resources. Suddenly we can borrow money that we previously weren't allowed to. You also discover resources that you didn't realize you had. So a lot of profound change is the result of crisis. So there is nothing, mind-blowing about this. And in that sense, COVID is, of course, comes with certain chances. And let me link here to the report that I co-authored, that I authored for the EU on the future. Now, you've heard probably that COVID just accelerated existing trends. So firstly, that's not true. It didn't accelerate all trends. But of course, what we want to know here, which ones did it accelerate? And of course, the most shocking one is digital. So there has been a McKinsey study that showed that the digital transformation of the business sector has been accelerated by 7 years. So in 2021, they are where we thought they were going to be in 2028 because they had to, essentially. So they streamlined, they made it a priority, the transformation of their business. So for the digital sector, it is definitely a push forward. Why is that good? Because, of course, we all think that that's going to be the economy of the future. So I think, of course, don't have the Serbian numbers. I think the ripple effects of that will be felt also in the Balkans. Pretty much everywhere, digital is getting a push. The closer you already were to digitalization, the more you will be affected. If you're a bit on the outskirts, you'll be affected less. But I think that's definitely, a positive effect of COVID. The second thing is climate. Here, unfortunately, the news are a bit because in the immediate instinct and immediate reaction to the pandemic last year, a lot of decisions were taken that, frankly, were not so great for the climate, such as unconditional bailouts for European airlines. Even for Air France, where the condition was to turn Air France into the greenest airline on Earth, that was not spelled out exactly what the government means by that. So in other words, it's up to Air France to decide how they implement that. So I think that would have been a really an opportunity for the EU to push the European airlines into greenification. I think that opportunity was missed. And a lot of the funds that have been allotted or that are being allotted now as part of the recovery deal, that is still happening. I'm confident because the public pressure is still on. So even though a lot of people said climate was forgotten in 2020, I think the conversation is still there. Of course, we managed to decrease CO2 because we didn't move around. We didn't decrease it by any means enough to make up for it. But I think because we keep talking about it, I'm hopeful that the green recovery will take advantage of COVID. Let me end on a trend on two trends that were also the result and the effect of COVID. So even before the pandemic, we knew in Europe that we had, well, we knew it in the report, but most people perhaps didn't realize it, that we had a health issue. And I think in Europe, we always confused health with healthcare. We thought we have the best doctors, so basically we can do whatever we like. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but we had high levels of obesity. We got a letter every year from the WHO saying, your people are not losing weight, they're smoking too much, they're not moving enough. And COVID, of course, has made that very apparent. So what I'm hoping, at the moment, not clear yet, but I'm hoping that COVID will lead to a healthier European society where it becomes clear that the best doctor in the world will not be able to save you if you're not in good basic health. And the second thing is urbanization. Urbanization is also a longer term trend, so we will continue to see that evolve, even though in the first instance of the pandemic, you saw a bit of a flight to the countryside. But what I do think is what's gonna happen instead is that you're gonna see a bit of a merger, like everything we like about the countryside, nature, spaces, not being crammed in a metro, that will move to the city because people have realized that they want to live in a city that's more livable, that's nicer to be in. I hope that these are longer term trends. We see that several European states during the pandemic installed more bicycle lanes. So it's up by 12%, I think, the use of bicycles in Paris and Berlin, where it was already much in use. So I think these are also some positive trends. Now, I want to end on this note. Please understand my remarks in the sense that I want to also shed the light on something positive. I am fully aware that on a lot of the other trends, inequality, for instance, COVID is not going to help us. It's going to make a lot of things worse. But I'm sure that some of the other speakers will touch on that. I'm fully aware of these. But I think if you think of it this way, look for the opportunities that we have in this crisis. Do not let them go unseized. And I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gaub. Now I'm opening a panel discussion, but before I start that, let me just introduce you to the way how you can ask the questions on the screen where you're following this conference. There is the live discussion box. So in that box you can pick the questions option, and you can type in the question that you have for any of the panelists. Also, you can vote for the question that you mostly like, so the questions with most likes will go top the screen, so there's the best chance that that question will be asked in the panel. Also, you have on the far right side, you have the polls option where you can vote on the polls that have been posted there. So please use both of those options so we can get some reaction from you on this panel. So the panelists are Mrs. Eli Schlein, Vice President of Emilia-Romagna region, Italy. Mr. Matthew King, Acting Director for Competence of the Joint Research Center, European Commission. Mrs. Sandra Di Biagio from the ESPON, European Grouping on Territorial Cooperation. Mrs. Sokeina Gay from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. Mr. Siniša Marčić, Expert on Human Capital Development, Regional Cooperation Council. Mr. Wim de Kinderen, Vice Chair of the European Network of Living Labs. And Mr. Gino Sabatini, President of the Forum of the Adriatic and Ionian Chambers of Commerce, President of the Marche Chamber of Commerce, who will join us a bit later. So let's start first with Mr. Matthew King. JRC's work focused on strategic foresights in helping to design better policies. Please tell us, how can we build post-COVID resilience in Europe?
Thanks very much for that introduction. And it's a pleasure to be here to represent the Joint Research Centre of the European Commission. As you know, we have been trying to develop at the Joint Research Centre a foresight capability. It's something relatively new for us. Very nice to hear Florence's keynote speech just there, developing in a little bit more detail what's been happening around the foresight world recently. And bouncing back a little bit on what Norman Poppens was saying, foresight is really about using the collective intelligence that we have in the Commission, our networks of experts, researchers, innovators, forward thinkers, to try to look in a sort of a structured, systemic way as to what might happen in the future. and this way sort of anticipate developments and better prepare ourselves for change that's coming. And what we found is that we really need to embed this, this new way of thinking, foresight, into our policy-making processes, because without that, we have tended to develop all kinds of policies at European level and at national level in isolation. So typically, we have developed a capital markets union or ideas for an energy union and changes policy, but we've done all of these in isolation without thinking about the interactions between them and how different policies affect one another. And then, of course, just beyond building policy coherence, we're now confronted with how to react to a pandemic, how to react to the social and economic consequences of that. And our answer, which came out in our first annual foresight report last year, was to really develop this theme of resilience and consider what resilience means and what it means for the European Union and its member states and regions neighboring the European Union, like the Western Balkans. COVID-19 has really, I think, introduced us to our own fragilities in a way that we were not always conscious of before. So we wanted to look at how we couldn't take account of not just short-term impacts of COVID and reactions to that, but think about how these would be part of a longer-term strategy to develop our resilience as societies, as a European Union, in fact. So we looked at 4 themes: the social and economic side of resilience, the green transition and a resilient green transition, the digital transition and creating a resilient digital transition, and the geopolitical aspects of what resilience means. So what's the connection then between foresight and resilience, I hear you asking? Well, we think that foresight can really help us anticipate and identify problems. And at the best, it will help us create the sort of momentum for change, for structural change, for actions, for policy actions that we need to take at European level. That's why it's terribly important that inside the European Commission, there's a vice president charged with foresight and helping maneuver this much more highly on the agenda of the Commission. And that's what's happening. So every year we're now going to produce a report and lots of other work going on in the background about foresight issues. And if you take a step back for a moment, you just think of the world today and the mega trends that have been around for a long time and will continue. Some will, exacerbate, some may tail off, but urbanization, the demographics of the world, technological change, our foresight process is trying to look at our vulnerabilities, our capabilities, and look and see how we might mitigate those vulnerabilities, how we may build on our capacities to develop better policy making, more robust policy making, and a more robust European Union ultimately. So I'll just give you a quick overview of what this report that came out in June said in these 4 areas. So the social and economic side, clearly, we have to try to build the conditions inside Europe that would promote a recovery oriented towards the green and digital transitions, these twin transitions, supporting and promoting social cohesion, regional cohesion, supporting rural areas, of course, supporting the most vulnerable. And we've all seen, of course, how the travel industry, the hospitality industry, the cultural industry, cultural sectors have been hardest hit by the pandemic. So we need to think of ways in which we can help bounce forward from there. The next generation EU budget, the new multi-annual EU budget are all ways in which we can try to invest in institutions, in people, in education, in human capital, to try to bounce forward. So it's about identifying skills for the future. And that's what foresight should be trying to develop, the skills that we will need for a more resilient future in Europe. And the green transition, how can we make that resilient? Most people, of course, when they think of green, they think of the countryside, but the countryside is already relatively green. The green transition is going to be most difficult to achieve in urban areas. We need to think about our patterns of consumption and how we change that. We need to strengthen the resilience of cities as these are the hubs of innovation. This is where the new ideas, the new jobs, the new economic growth will come from, the new service sectors. So we need to be able to ensure that we can shift our economy into this new greener world. And we think there's going to be about 24 million jobs globally from the green transition. And we want a large share of those to be able to be developed and kept in Europe. That's important. The digital transition. Okay, so we need a digital economy to keep pace. I mean, it's very interesting to hear Florence say that, you know, we're 7 years ahead of where we would have been otherwise, at least in the business sector in Europe. I mean, that's heartening to know. McKinsey always has a very precise figure for these things. But what we want in Europe, I think, is we want to make sure that the digital transition is going to be a human-centric one. I mean, the impact of artificial intelligence is going to be huge on all of our lives, but we want to be in charge of the robots and not them in charge of us. So that's very clear, the way that we see the digital transition taking place. But we also need it in order to keep pace economically with the US, with China, with other emerging nations. And that's very important also for our future economic development. So foresight is about anticipating how and which technologies are going to develop, how and when they will come on stream, and that we can make the most of those opportunities. So what we've done following the publication of the report is we've started developing some kind of dashboard so that we can monitor our progress inside the EU towards understanding how resilient we really are. And these dashboards are not going to be about checking our progress towards certain goals. It's more about understanding our ability to make progress and reach certain policy objectives. So this agility of institutions, agility of policymaking is what we're really trying to understand, and that's very important going forwards. And last but not least, what we really want is that foresight truly becomes part of the policymaking process in Europe. It's not been in the past for obvious reasons, but it needs to take center stage in all of the forward thinking that we're doing, and not just at the European level, but also at member state level, at regional level. Why not? I mean, we all do foresight in our private and personal lives as a matter of course, as Florence already explained. But in policymaking terms, we need to make sure it takes center stage in what we're doing and developing for the future. And resilience, of course, is going to be a very big part of that. So I would like to end there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. King. I'm calling now Mrs. Eli Schlein with a question: how can we achieve the green and digital transition in the region?
Thanks a lot for the invitation to this very important forum, and thanks also to Serbia for hosting us. We sure are going through unprecedented challenges, but the pandemic itself, if you think about it, challenges the idea of border. It showed how fragile we are in our common destiny, and we need more cooperation to get out of this crisis and rebuild a better future. Digital transformation and the ecological transition are key to build this better future in a new direction. But there is a third priority, which is social cohesion. The pandemic started as an health crisis, but immediately became an economic and social crisis as well, that is affecting all of our countries and unfortunately all of our regions very strongly in similar ways. That's why we need similar solutions, probably. And that's why it's so key to use all of our cooperation frameworks as Adriatic and Ionic area to exchange our best practices and solutions. Regione Emilia-Romagna believes firmly in the role of territorial cooperation, and it was confirmed also as managing authority of the Adrian program, thanks to the very good work together with our partners. The territorial cooperation in the Adriatic and Ionian area must be seen as an instrument for sustainable territorial development to accompany the enlargement process, but to accompany also these very important transitions. We were, as you know, one of the first regions hit in Europe by coronavirus. We had to discover every day and learn every day about this new virus and how to fight it, thanks to the competences of our public health system on the ground. And we had to develop continuously better strategies to cure it and to prevent it. In the first week of March, we started learning that that curing people at their home was better as a solution because going to the hospitals was becoming a risk itself. So we were the first country to also experiment a general lockdown and manage to write security protocols to restart in the summer economic and social activities and schools. And we had to implement new instruments to fully support enterprises, workers, associations, families, and vulnerable people. We know that this pandemic is increasing inequalities, but also at the same time generating new needs. So if we want to lower social tension in difficult times, we need to provide proportionate answers to the different needs of our territories and our communities, so to leave no one behind. Digital transformation in this it can have an important role. It means exploiting all the potential of improving our public administration, make it closer to citizens, accountable, and how we use technology to know better the needs of our communities. Think about the interesting developments we can exchange in big data, in how technology can support the shift to sustainable production and agriculture, for example. We need to find a way to put digital transformation at service of people. Otherwise, we will continue to witness a polarization in the process that concentrates too much power, data, and wealth in few hands. So our role as public institution is to try to accompany this process and make sure it goes to the benefits of our communities and people and territories. This transformation, the digital transformation, can also provide very interesting opportunities for our SMEs in opening up to broader markets and internationalize. So I think we are in unprecedented times of difficulties, and I agree with what Poppens said in the beginning. The reaction of the EU was very strong. The deployment of resources. I see a proactive role in sectors in which traditionally the EU was never so active as today. Health systems, unemployment insurance, the social dimension, and also the strengthening of the EU budget and the next generation EU plan with 750 billion on 3 basic priorities, which are, if you think about it, in line with the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, that also tells us to keep together the social, digital, and obviously also the environmental dimension. So very quickly, on the ecological transition, how can we implement it at the regional level was the question. I think it's absolutely necessary, and it can be also a great opportunity. Our region recently signed a new pact for work and climate together with all municipalities, universities, enterprise organizations, but also trade unions, civil society organization, and climate organization. It's a method. It's multi-stakeholder governance, knowing that we could write the best strategy at the institutional level, but probably it cannot be so effective if we don't involve all the society, making sure that every part of the society does its part in these both transition, the digital and ecological transition. So we have shared a vision of the future to rebuild our region together with all the actors, and we are working on, for example, how to prevent the, let's say, the damages of extreme weather events. You have seen the dramatic images of Venice in the last months and years. Well, we have to do a lot, and we can do a lot in creating good jobs in curing our coasts and territories. We can create good jobs in clean energy using wind, solar energy, and water. We can invest in blue economy, it was mentioned before. The difficult part will be how we drive the right conditionalities and incentives for green economy, for energy efficiency, and circular economy. These are win-win strategies because it's sparing money for families and enterprises, but also contributing to the very important targets of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in line with the objective of the EU of reducing them of at least 5,500% within 2030. So we have to work on the different sectors with different strategies. That's why it's so important to work with all the trade unions and enterprise organization to involve them in writing down the decarbonization strategies that we need and can provide an important opportunity. Lastly, to conclude, it has also to be a fair transition. It says, I mean, the word itself, transition, says you can't do it one day to the other. You need to do it by providing the resources and the political will to go in the right direction that we need. So we need to also support professional training of workers, and as Matthew King just said, we have to do it investing in human capital, education to identify the skills for a more resilient future. I couldn't agree more. It's the way also to support the digital and ecological transition that we need. And as a region, we wrote this Pact for Working Climate to orient all our resources, European, national and regional, in this direction together. So thanks a lot for your attention. I think we have a difficult path in front of us, but if we work together, I'm sure we can improve the quality of life of our people and of the planet, which are strictly interconnected. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mrs. Schlein. Now I'm calling Mrs. Sandra Di Biagio with a question: what are territorial development dynamics in the Adriatic and Ionian region? Please, the space is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning from Luxembourg to all of you. Thank you for the warm invitation and for the excellent organization that you have been providing to us, also in terms of technical support. So today I'm here to tell you something about the territorial development dynamics in the EUSAIR and why this is important and what ESPON has been doing on this issue together with the stakeholders of the different macro regions in Europe and what we have planned for the future. So here the key words that I would like to emphasize is scenarios and monitoring. So our previous speakers already spoke about the need to create effective responses to crisis. We know that the resilience of territories is one of the key issues at the policy level that we should consider. We also would like to imagine how our territories, Europe and the macro regions, look like post-COVID situation. And of course, we need to make the better use and the best possible use of all instruments that are at our disposal and to capitalize on the opportunities for development, but also on the identification of challenges. So I will share a brief presentation with you because I think it's more concrete and operational and to tell you and to show what we have been developing with the macro regions together, that we create a territorial monitoring system for all macro regions in Europe that is a practical monitoring system that enables to look into the territorial dynamics, take into account the diversity of the macro region. So I will ask the technical support here because I think I'm disabled to screen sharing. So I don't know if you can share my presentation that I send you, or you would enable me to share it from my computer?
I believe you can share it from your computer, so please try.
Well, it says that the host disabled participants
okay, so then the host can probably start the presentation. Just wait for a second, we'll start it.
So now I can share.
Okay, so now yes, you can share it now, please.
So I will briefly tell you what we have been doing. We have been creating territorial monitoring system to observe development trends and patterns in the different macro regions. This was done together with the stakeholders of the various macro regions and with the European Commission. And we have different models for each macro region where we, based on the different thematic priorities, we select indicators and we present the trends. So here, what we have been doing together is through a very intensive participatory process to select the most relevant thematic priorities and indicators. So we also have the possibility to benchmark the different macro regions in the European context. And here, what was considered is the 5 different policy objectives for post-2020. So here, for instance, in this graph, we have the GDP at NUTS 2 level. And we can see that in red, Here it's the EUSAIR average. So we see the different position of the different macro regions and all the next two regions in each macro region in the European context. And here we have a variation of GDP, for instance, to 2005-2015. So we also look at now a different policy objective related to more social Europe. Here we have the positioning of the different regions and macro regions in relation to unemployment. So I invite you to explore the tool, and I will just jump into the model related to Adriatic and Ionian and present you a couple of examples as well. So we have the tool organized from with different thematic priorities related to the strategy. And then for each of the thematic priorities, we have developed a system where you can see the development and the trend in the macro region at different levels for the different indicators selected. So here in the case of the blue growth, we have several indicators. I just give here the example of the employment in fisheries and aquaculture. I mean, for the connecting the region, one of the important points is energy networks. So, I mean, in terms also of share of renewable energy, we can have here an overview how the macro region looks like and the different countries in terms of development. And for instance, in sustainable tourism that we also refer earlier today, what is the situation and the contribution of tourism to GDP? But we have also other indicators, as you can see in the tool and look by yourself. So what is in the pipeline for the near future with us? We have developed territorial scenarios for the Alpine space and the Baltic Sea region. We are going to do it also together with the stakeholders of the different macro regions for the Danube and for the Adriatic Ionian. And this project that is now being tendered on our website will last 12 months and will have a very important participatory approach. And what are the main outcomes with this is like to identify the main processes, factors, and drivers that shape the Danube and the Adriatic macro region until 2050. So this will be done, as I said, based on the current trends and based on the observation of the territorial dynamics that we have already included in the monitoring tool, but also through a dialogue with the different stakeholders at different levels. Then we'll produce baseline scenarios for the Danube and for the Ionian region in 2050. And then we do some foresighting. So we produce alternative development scenarios. And here we put the stakeholders through a participatory dialogue on a discussion how we would like the territory to look like in 2050 with the different alternatives and also considering the development trends that we have. And then, of course, we'll provide policy recommendations in order to steer and to support policy making, and also to identify priorities for development in the macro regions in the future. So the state of affairs, as I said, the call was open on the 10th of December. The deadline for submission tenders is on the 1st of February. The technical evaluation is planned for March, and the contract hopefully will start in April. And we look very much forward to involve you in this process. We have been already in close contact also in the past with the stakeholders, the national coordinators, the different thematic coordinators for the different macro regions and the European Commission. And of course that this is a very important input for your decision-making process and for deciding our future together. So thank you very much. In case you have any questions, please email me, and I'll be very happy to answer to you and also to tell you more about this monitoring system that is online in our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Di Biagio. Now we're going to Mrs. Sukaina Gay. As one of the main pillars of the Green Deal, how can circular economy help us to recover from COVID consequences? And how can we improve the relationship between our economy and our planet?
Hi, thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be part of this plenary session. Yes, indeed, today I'll be talking about the circular economy and how it can play a fundamental role in creating a more resilient and more prosperous economy. And so I will be sharing my presentation, so bear with me. One second. So last year in October, we published a paper about the circular economy and how it can be a transformative, it can offer a transformative COVID-19 recovery strategy. And we were exploring how policymakers can really help pave the way to a low carbon prosperous future. But for those who are still new to the circular economy, I will first give a bit of basic background behind it. So the circular economy is about shifting from a linear economy to a circular economy. So a linear economy is a take, make, waste economy, is the economy that we are in today. We extract resources from the planet, we make products, we use it, and then we dispose it. The economy is extremely extractive, polluting, and wasteful. A circular economy is moving towards a take, make, reuse economy. It is intrinsically regenerative by design, and it's about decoupling economic growth from the consumption of finite resources. And it is based on three key principles: design out waste and pollution from your products in the supply chains. It's about keeping products and materials in use within the economy. And it is about regenerating natural systems. So why now, and why is the circular economy more relevant than ever? As we all know, the pandemic has revealed our current economic system's vulnerability to risks, and it is really challenging us to rethink and redesign for resilience. We have seen how efficiency can come at the cost of resilience and how we need to strike a bit that balance. We have also seen that in parallel, many voices from governments, business, and civil society have called for a response that does not turn attention away from other global challenges, such as climate change. Many have called for a greener economy. One of the challenges that we see is that still today, the majority of governments are still prioritizing brown stimulus packages rather than green stimulus packages. And an interesting study done by the OECD, the European Central Bank, and the World Bank have shown that greener economies are better placed to ensure faster recoveries. They have shown that if you prioritize low carbon intensive activities, you are able to generate greater GDP and sectoral growth than countries that do not prioritize greener activities. And so from a circular economy perspective, we see that as a key instrument to helping achieve such a recovery, in helping shape a recovery that is more prosperous, low carbon, and helps mitigate future crises. It offers a tool to help meet multiple policy objectives, both in the short term, as we try to safeguard our national economies and provide jobs, and in the long term, as we try to tackle global challenges like climate change, biodiversity loss, and strengthening our resilience. So, in other words, the circular economy is a key delivery mechanism for achieving key and mutually reinforcing objectives. It offers an economic opportunity, as an example. One of our earlier reports showed that if we look at fast-moving consumer goods within Europe, they have been valued to $3.2 trillion. And we have seen that around 80% of that value is wasted through landfill and incineration. The circular economy aims to capture that value and keep it in circulation within the economy as much as possible. And so when we modeled that for Europe, we showed that a circular economy could bring a net benefit of 1.8 trillion euros by 2030, and for China, 10 trillion. So this shows the economic benefits that the circular economy can bring by decoupling our dependence, let's say, on finite resources and making sure that we create value and circulate that value. It can also help us tackle key challenges around climate change, as an example. Last year, we published a paper that showed that the circular economy can help us significantly reduce emissions. If we look at the challenges we have today with regards to reaching net zero emissions by 2050, a lot of the attention is around renewable energy and energy efficiency that are absolutely critical if we are to reach net zero emissions. The challenge that we have, though, today is that 45% of emissions today cannot easily be tackled through renewable energy. And these are emissions that come from the way we produce and use goods and how we manage our land, so how we produce our food. Those emissions are very tricky to tackle, and the circular economy offers, through its three principles, a way to address these emissions by keeping materials in use and by regenerating natural systems. And other benefits include also around increasing job opportunities, stimulating innovation, but also increasing resilience. So the paper that we published in October really dived into how does the circular economy help build back better and build a future that is a recovery that is low carbon and prosperous and more resilient. And we emphasized 10 circular investment opportunities that spread across 5 key sectors. And one of the messages that we emphasized in the paper was that policymakers have a fundamental role to play if we are to enable the circular economy. They can help set a common direction of travel towards a resilient recovery with the circular economy as a delivery mechanism. They can help foster collaboration to obtain system-level solutions. So a lot of the challenges, whether it's plastic pollution or food systems or tackling climate change, with regards to the circular economy, it requires collaboration across the entire value chain, from those that produce materials or grow food to the manufacturers, to the customers, also the recycling from the end-of-life perspective. It requires all stakeholders to work together to find solutions that benefit the entire system. And it also involves working with policymakers that can help create an enabling environment for the circular economy to flourish towards helping shape a greener economy. And then we have shaping incentives as well is key to help enable such a recovery and helping unlock circular investment opportunities to meet these types of key priorities. One thing that we obviously also saw was that trillions in economic stimulus were being unveiled by governments all around the world. And one of the things that we were asking ourselves is where could we best start from a circular economy perspective? What are the most interesting circular investment opportunities? So we highlighted 10 opportunities that spread across 5 key sectors of the built environment: mobility, plastic packaging, fashion, and food. And a key cross-cutting theme across each of these opportunities is digitization as a key enabler and an opportunity for innovation as well, but also decarbonization. And the opportunities look at creating value and using reuse strategies to keep those in use within the economy, but also investing in infrastructure to make sure that materials can be recycled at end of use. So why these 10 investment opportunities? It was important for us to highlight opportunities that provided solutions to key challenges created by the pandemic. So how do we increase resilience? Can they enable access to vital goods and services? Secondly, they needed to meet key priorities for economic recovery, things around equitable growth, creating jobs, meeting SDGs, and meeting our climate targets. They had to offer growth potential, so stimulate innovation. Did they meet the changing policy landscape? Were they able to answer to evolving customer preferences? And lastly, were they able to reduce the risk of future shocks around, for example, climate change? And so just to conclude my presentation today, just to give you an example for the built environment has been highlighted in the European Green Deal as being a key instrument to meet our climate neutrality. From a circular economy perspective, the circular economy offers also the tools to help make sure that the way we renovate and upgrade our buildings can help us reduce greenhouse gas emissions considerably, while also offering other opportunities around jobs and cost savings. And then we also emphasized the importance of investing in infrastructure to make sure materials can in fact be recycled at end of use. So just to give you a few examples, from an economic perspective, every euro invested in energy efficiency renovations can yield €5 in public finance. Retrofitting 2 million homes from a job perspective for energy efficiency could create nearly 2 million new jobs within Europe. And then when we look at cost savings from a material perspective, utilizing recycled or reused steel for buildings construction could generate up to 25% in material savings per ton of steel. And lastly, from an environmental perspective, the processing of recycled aggregates compared to virgin ones could reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40%. And when you look at the residential sector and you would apply the three principles, you could also increase further the decrease in greenhouse gas emissions all the way up to 60%. And with regards to the type of circular strategies that we're talking about, it's about stimulating the design of materials for reuse and recycling. It's about adaptability, modularity, and energy efficiency. So this is just to give you an indication of the opportunity and to help illustrate how the circular economy can act as a key delivery mechanism to helping meet key priorities around economic growth, employment, climate change, tackling biodiversity as well, for example. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Mrs. Gay. I'm calling now Mr. Siniša Marčić. We'll be talking about the innovation because we know that innovation is a main force for development, but what we need to hear is what are the regional capacities for innovation. Mr. Marčić, please take the space.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to talk to you today. I really enjoyed previous presentations, some very encouraging words from my previous speakers. Before I get into the key part of this presentation on innovation, let me give you a bit of a context when it comes to regional development. The Regional Cooperation Council, where I come from, is an organization that covers basically Southeast Europe, but in the recent years, we've mainly focused on 6 Western Balkan economies that have not joined the European Union so far. And our main efforts are directed towards assisting these economies meet the European Union standards and come closer to the European Union's market. One of the regional or key regional mechanisms that the RCC uses in its daily operations is action plan. The most recent one has been endorsed by the Western Balkan leaders at the Sofia summit in November last year. It's called the Common Regional Market. It has a subtitle which is very long. I keep forgetting it. But the key idea behind this action plan is to assist 6 economies in the region develop in certain fields. So the main focus or main 4 focus areas are digital transformation, skills development, green and circular economy, and innovation for the first time since I know, at least for the last 20 years or so. Innovation has been brought to the forefront in terms of regional economic development in the Western Balkans. The main goal of the Common Regional Market document is to create favorable economic and social environment for investments and for overall development. And more specifically, when it comes to several components within the Common Regional Market document, we have something we call innovation and industry area. For the first time, innovation has been considered as a proper tool for sustainable economic development. This has not been the case in the previous years. And this is very ambitious an agenda only when we talk about industry and innovation. Just to give you a few examples, our idea is to launch some kind of regional innovation fund that would support early stage innovation initiatives. We believe many of these exist in the region. However, many of them as well migrate elsewhere, mostly to Western Europe, more developed Western European countries where they can develop further. This is something that we want to somehow encourage within the region. To give you a bit of illustration of one of the key problems that the region is facing at the moment, according to Eurostat, in 2018 only, around 230,000 skilled and educated individuals have left the region. We believe that figures for 2019 are going to be even more discouraging. And it's been forecasted by many analysts around the region that the numbers will even increase more drastically after the COVID-19 subsides. So we have to do something about finding various policies that encourage young people to stay here and develop their innovative ideas, to build businesses, to plan the future in the region. If we fail in this endeavor, we believe that very few things can be actually done in the future. When it comes to building regional innovation ecosystem, I have to say that this is we have to start from the scratch in many cases. Why? Because innovation as such has not been considered as a major economic developmental tool in the region. To some extent, within individual Western Balkan economies, this has been moving quite quickly, for example, in Serbia. But many other economies are lagging behind, and many things have to be done here. So to encourage regional innovation ecosystem, we have to start by connecting the dots. We have to encourage people and practitioners, policymakers, researchers to get in touch with each other, to exchange examples of good practice, to share the ideas, the experiences, so as to encourage each other to get into this direction. To do this, we have a very close cooperation with the European Commission, more specifically the Director General on Research and Innovation and Joint Research Center, as one of the colleagues spoke about earlier on. And our common regional market document is closely interlinked with the forthcoming Western Balkan agenda on innovation, research, education, culture, youth, and sports. The idea behind the two documents is really to encourage innovation ecosystem. Now, we believe there's a lot of potential in the region among, in particular, young people, those who stayed here. But we have to act fast. And when it comes to your question, how can macro-regional cooperation support this process? We believe we can do this in many ways. First of all, apart from Adriatic and Ionian region, Western Balkan, some of the Western Balkan economies also belong to Danube region. So we are in a kind of intersection between two macro regions, and we can draw from various experiences and again, examples of some excellent examples of good practice that we've seen in other countries, more specifically member states of the European Union. Our action plan is rather ambitious. So we really need assistance from various players around the region, those focusing the efforts in the Western Balkans. And we would very strongly encourage more intense cooperation with both macro regions when it comes to economic development for the Western Balkan. This has to do, for example, when we talk about industrial development on specific industries such as automotive, metal processing, tourism, this has been mentioned earlier on, and something that is very new, very novel for the region, green and circular economy. We have very little experience regionally. There are some examples of excellent examples within individual economies, but this is far, far behind compared to European Union's average. So all kinds of assistance would be very much welcome when it comes to this. Also, something that we could also do is, in a way, exploit, so to say, the examples from member states within the regions. We could use countries such as Italy, Greece, I don't know, Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, etc., as a pull factor that could encourage countries from the Western Balkans to come closer to the European market and get into standardization of various processes much faster than we do right now. Finally, I believe that there are many overlaps between various initiatives that are happening around the region. we believe that a kind of mapping of various efforts put forward by various institutions could be done so as to focus on our energy on delivering tangible results, something that people in the region desperately need. They need to see developments of the standards of living, the infrastructure. Otherwise, most of them will continue considering other countries as their home countries in the future. So to conclude, we are quite happy to work with both macro regions. We would like to intensify this cooperation in the future, and the ICC stands on disposal for all kinds of mutual or mutually beneficial activities that can assist development of the Western Balkans. I personally stand on your disposal, so please feel to reach out, and I will also feel free to contact some of you when it comes to planning future actions for the Western Balkans. So thank you very much once again for the invitation. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Mr. Marčić. And before I introduce Mr. Wim den Kinderen, I'd like to tell you that you can learn more about Living Labs in the virtual exhibition space on the conference platform. And we are now going to talk about the Living Labs. And Mr. den Kinderen, how can Living Labs help create better solutions and policy responses to existing challenges?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I'm really honored to be here. So thank you for the invitation. And I'm also very glad to be here in the panel with Mr. King. GRC and ENEL have been working quite closely together in the last years, and in the upcoming weeks, we're about to sign a memorandum of understanding. I've also taken the liberty to organize some visual support for you. So, as you could see in the program, I am adding an additional perspective with a focus on Living Labs and citizen participation. And before diving into the details of this, maybe it's worth explaining the audience a bit what Living Labs exactly are. In their core, Living Labs engage into a methodology which stimulates innovation in real-life environments, engaging end users, which most often are individual citizens. And the two terms of real-life environment and systemic are really crucial in this definition, because we're not talking about control laboratorium environments. And with systemic, we really mean engaging with citizens in a structural way, so not just as a pro forma way in a kind of a consultation towards the end of an innovation process. Living Labs also operate as ecosystem orchestrators, in which the full quadruple helix of governments, industry, knowledge institutes, and citizens are engaged. And that is actually where the communalities ends, because Living Labs come in all shapes, forms, and sizes. And all these different shapes, forms, and sizes actually meet, or can meet if they want, in ENEL, the European Network of Living Labs, which is a global network, 80% of which are members based in Europe. We are assessing Living Labs. We give quality labels to them. And over the years, we have assessed more than 500 like this. And today we have a living community of around 150 Living Labs. Also based in the Adriatic and Ionian region, as you see here on the slide, very large presence in Italy, but also in Slovenia, Croatia, and Greece, and Serbia. So very happy to have you on board, and we may even have a few of the colleagues here in the audience. So Living Labs is still in themselves a topic of academic research, but next to that, they are mainly operating in two areas, which is social innovation and industrial innovation. And we have a very, very nice example from one of our UK members, where the city of Bristol decided a few years ago to invest in an area of poor housing quality. This, you would say, is a clear win-win situation for everybody, but the results were really negative. At the end, nobody in the area, none of the residents were happy with the solution. And then our colleagues of the Bristol Living Lab intervened and organized a process with the residents, the city, and the building companies to make sure that all the new investments would be received in a good way. In my own city, in Eindhoven, in the Netherlands, we have a similar experience where we could create a much better social cohesion environment in a district by stimulating the feeling of ownership by the residents. And with this picture, I want to dive into the area of economic innovation, which will surely of interest of the audience today, where the big question, like what is the added value of living labs, was part of a study by IMEC, a very famous Belgian research and technology organization. Many of you will know it, who was investigating the SMEs which they supported over the last years. And from this study, it clearly shows that living labs add value. Living labs are a form of de-risking your innovation. Either you discover that failures waiting to happen will indeed happen, and you know it earlier, so you stop the innovation process, which is saving you as a company quite some money, or you adapt the innovation because you learn new insights, and at the end you will have a better product or a better service which has a bigger potential on the market. So once a living lab has concluded its activities, your innovation is actually ready to be upscaled. And in this context, I want to shortly mention the Living in the EU exercise, which Enel launched exactly a year ago, 30 January last year in Porto, Portugal, together with colleague networks of Eurocities and OASC, Open and Agile Smart Cities, on the one hand, and European Commission on the other hand. Here, with Living in the EU, we want to upscale successful urban digital innovations. This is a forum where cities all over Europe and later on all over the world can find solutions they need in their urban context, digital innovations, which saves them money because the basic investment has already been done by colleague cities, and saves them time because they can faster integrate these solutions within their cities and their regions. So I would actually ask all politicians in the area and in the audience today to have a look on the website and consider joining the movement and making use of this very interesting opportunity. So earlier on, I was telling you that living labs operate in different fields, and that is also how Enel is organized. So in thematic working groups, our members can meet, can mutually learn, and can also engage into projects which often are funded by the European Commission. This gives an overview of a few of the projects in which we and our members are engaged. And for example, worth mentioning here is the SCORE project, which you see is dealing with coastal living labs. So one of the topics which are really crucial for the Adriatic and Ionian area. And also water mining and reways are dealing with water and waste. And already the project is focusing on agroecology. Another field is health, where it's worth mentioning the Vitalize project, which just started. And this one is actually interesting because it's the first time, one of the first time that in a DGRTD supported project, living labs are acknowledged as a research infrastructure. And the project is about harmonizing the procedures that living labs operating in the health area are using. So it's basically giving a quality guarantee to medical companies which are looking for the right support services all over Europe to make sure that they have the right support service from a specific living lab, but also quality guarantee that the type of service and the procedures used, which is very important in medical environments, as you can imagine, is the same all over our network of living labs. And then lastly, but definitely not least, the topic of COVID, the topic of today, what's the benefit of living labs? As Enel, last year we have engaged into a series of webinars, really diving into the details of this question. All the recordings can be found on our website. We also produced a few policy briefs on this. And it was very interesting to see that in the early days, where supply chains were really disturbed, that quite a few of our members, for example, operating in 3D printing, had really been able to help hospitals. You all know the problems they faced in the early weeks of the crisis, of the health crisis, but also manufacturing companies to support them in resetting and reorganizing their supply chains. And what's here on the slide, I think, is important, and I hope I made this clear in my intervention. We are in a wicked situation. We are in an unprecedented situation. And if we can, with the help of Living Labs, make sure that we all deliver solutions which are accepted by the people and by the companies, which do not give the impression that they are the result of a forced solution or a top-down solution, I think Living Labs can really contribute to the situation where we are in today. So thank you very much. And indeed, as the presenter said, visit us in the exhibition area later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Kinderen. Finally, I'm inviting Mr. Gino Sabatini to tell us what is the business perspective to post-COVID economic recovery and resilience.
Good morning. Innanzitutto permettetemi di salutare I partecipanti.
Allow me first of all to wish a warm welcome to the participants and the organizers of this conference. Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Serbia, and Minister Joksimovic, Minister in the Serbian government for European integration, and as well as all other participants at this gathering, at this forum. Thank you very much for inviting me. Now, when it comes to our forum with its members,
e con gli altri due fora delle università e delle città in cooperazione con l'iniziativa Adriatico-Ionica.
Also, the additional two fora within the university milieu in taking part in these initiatives.
La presidenza di turno slovena dei tre side events.
Slovenia's presidency going to be present this year, and the two gatherings that were held in the previous 2 days with system management and robotics.
Nella prevenzione delle risorse naturali, e domani avremo
also another important topic is the use of natural resources, and tomorrow we'll also be meeting and discussing the topic of women entrepreneurs.
Siamo in rete, lo siamo dai tempi insospettabili.
We are interconnected.
E ora che la nostra dimensione è il web, l'essere connessi è una necessità e urgenza che ci consente di essere collegati con il mondo.
We are currently experiencing a need to get interconnected not only in the region but with the rest of the world.
Quando torneremo a una normalità anche rispetto a spostamenti e mobilità, credo che ci ritroveremo più forti almeno in questa coesione.
Life goes back to normal, and once we are able to move, to travel, we will obviously have to rethink all the aspects of mobility and as well as other aspects of our lives. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that the Forum of Chambers of Commerce of the Adriatic and Ionian Basin is equally important, and I am happy to preside over it, bring together chambers of commerce of the countries of this region.
Nei paesi che risiedono nell'area adriatico-ionica, ovvero
this region is obviously the Adriatic and Ionian belt, so to speak, such as Italy, Croatia,
Bosnia-Herzegovina,
Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Serbia, Slovenia,
e Albania.
Greece and Albania.
In tema di connessione e sinergie, la nostra associazione agisce in stretto raccordo con
When it
gli
comes to
altri fora.
synergies and interconnection, our association works very closely with other associations of this kind.
Espressione della società civile della macroregione.
We represent the civil society and the macro region of the Fora of Cities of the Adriatic region.
Dell'Adriatic e Uniadrion è il forum che unisce le istituzioni universitarie.
And Uniadrio is a forum that brings together universities in Italy.
Sentiti colleghi, oggi ho il piacere di portare in questo intervento anche le loro istanze.
I've heard today my colleagues' presentations, and I truly have to say, or rather make comment on their attitudes that they've expressed on these topics that are relevant for us today.
Che sono inscindibili da quelle rappresentate dal forum degli enti economici.
As such, they are very closely linked with fora and associations of associations of economic operators.
Oggi più che mai è impossibile portare avanti un progetto di sviluppo che non sia organico.
Now more than ever, it is impossible to talk about any development project without it being organic in its structure.
Il mondo dell'economia, delle politiche cittadine, della ricerca, della formazione devono
agire. The world
agire.
Economy, civil society, of exploration needs to undertake similar activities.
Devono agire necessariamente dialogando e concertando decisioni e strategie se si vuole insieme uscire da una crisi.
Hold dialogue and decide on strategies to take us out of the crisis.
Da una crisi che precede quella della pandemia del Covid-19.
The crisis, of course, began before the COVID-19 pandemic.
Un caso esemplare dato dalla necessità di collegamento tra diversi ambiti di intervento e l'urgenza.
One of the examples is the interconnection of different environments that require urgent, immediate intervention and require steps to be taken immediately.
Da un lato di digitalizzazione espressa dalle imprese e dall'altro.
On the one hand, we are talking about the process of digitalization that is required by the economic operators.
E dall'altro il bisogno di studenti che approcciano
on the other hand, there is the need that students have, which are getting closer and closer to the labor market, so that they can take active role on the labor market. And being young, they are very computer literate.
E di mettersi alla prova sul campo in un contesto internazionale.
So they need to be able to face all the challenges on the international stage.
Due esigenze che si incontrano e risolvono nei progetti che
So
metteremo
these are the two requirements, two needs which in fact overlap and that we are focusing all our attention on.
Con Uniadrion per la mobilità e i tirocini internazionali di studenti.
With Uniadrion, we are working on student mobility, and not just students, but also academics as well.
E tramite il programma europeo Mobility SME, in cui il forum permette la mobilità a breve termine
the
tra
European
personale
Program Mobility Age, it gives a possibility of short-term mobility between the university staff and student at the highest possible level.
Lo scopo del nostro network, soprattutto in questo periodo così particolare,
The aim of our networking, our interconnectedness in this period that is fairly specific,
è quello di rafforzare le sinergie e le opportunità di sviluppo
strengthen the synergies, the develop cooperation possibility both from the social and the economic aspect within the Adriatic and Ionian Basin,
con l'obiettivo di ottenere un migliore coordinamento delle proprie attività.
The goal, of course, is to achieve the best possible coordination of our activities
e condividere le migliori pratiche, come abbiamo recentemente discusso in un seminario di 3 giorni a dicembre.
But we also need to look at the best practice examples that were discussed during a 3-day seminar held in December last year.
Ricordo anche il nostro coinvolgimento come forum
I'll take this opportunity to remind you that as a forum we took part in the EUREC initiative,
EUREC, che include anche le regioni dell'area
which includes areas from the Adriatic Ionian Basin, and which as such has the goal of including the strategic goals within this topic, which guarantees a territorial inclusion both on the regional and the local level.
Qui è fondamentale migliorare la resilienza dei cittadini, delle aziende e delle organizzazioni.
Therefore, we need to build up the capacities not only of ordinary citizens but also companies and institutions in order to enhance cooperation on all these levels.
Ma soprattutto stimolare un cambiamento sostanziale per affrontare con
It is nevertheless necessary to stimulate a deep-rooted change in order to encourage solidarity, especially bearing in mind the growing challenges that we are facing.
L'impatto socio-economico della crisi si sta attualmente aggravando e si estenderà fino al tutto il 2020.
The socio-economic challenge between what is ahead of us and what we will have to face in 2021.
I responsabili delle politiche in materia di istruzione e occupazione e le parti interessate,
persons responsible who are in charge of education policies are the stakeholders in this process and need to face a sort of a double challenge. On the one hand, they are managing
della crisi ed esplorare nuove serie di politiche, programmi e
managing the crisis consequences of the crisis, but also need to manage the implementation of their projects and programs.
Per assicurarsi che si adattino al nuovo paradigma socio-economico.
This way they can adapt to the new social and economic paradigm in the era that will probably be described as the post-COVID era.
Poiché la digitalizzazione e la trasformazione settoriale modificano profondamente la domanda di competenze.
Bearing in mind that the digitalization and transformation are transforming the requirements of the market itself, and which is beginning to demand new type of services and new profiles.
Accelerano le transizioni del mercato del lavoro e richiedono robusti meccanismi di protezione.
This accelerates the transformation of the labor market and requires strong protection mechanisms of all the players in such a organization or such a type of labor market.
L'EUSAIR, come tutte le altre regioni del mondo, si trova ad affrontare una serie di sfide nella fornitura di servizi e programmi di sostegno.
We, as well as the other regions around the world, are trying to face all the challenges in the services and programs that we provide towards supporting
della digitalizzazione, innovazione,
further digitalization, innovation, retraining, and employment.
Queste comprendono infrastrutture digitali insufficienti.
This includes digital infrastructures, which are currently whose capacities are currently insufficient in order to offer full online services.
Minori opportunità di fornire formazione sul posto di lavoro, stage e apprendistato.
At the moment, the possibilities of offering professional development in the workplace are currently insufficient for any sort of advancement or retraining.
Personale insufficiente per far fronte all'aumento del numero dei disoccupati registrati.
Similarly, we are talking about insufficient number of staff members who could be trained to work to cover the vacancies which are currently in existence.
Necessità di sviluppare le competenze professionali del personale
What we are currently
docente.
working on is also to satisfy the necessity of developing new types of training for new tasks.
Per fornire misure di istruzione e formazione in formato online o ibrido.
So that these new profiles will help us create new educational and even hybrid profiles.
E una difficile pianificazione e destinazione dei programmi di attivazione e formazione.
Another problem that we are dealing with is the difficulties we have in planning programs for retraining because of uncertainties that exist on the market and the economies in general.
Queste sono le sfide che dovremo affrontare anche con l'EUSAIR.
All these are challenges that we will obviously have to face within EUSAIR.
Il Covid-19 rende questi limiti più evidenti e perciò dobbiamo lavorare sulle priorità per costruire e rafforzare.
COVID-19 has only exacerbated the existing problem, so we need to work even more closely together in order to build and strengthen the existing
rafforzare la resilienza
capacities.
di persone, aziende e sistemi di istruzione e occupazione.
The capacities not only of individuals but companies, employers and educational systems.
E esplorare tutte quelle soluzioni per una ripresa equa ed inclusiva di tutti.
Therefore, we need to take into account all the possible solutions in order to find the best solution for everyone involved.
Le nostre priorità: fornire opportunità
Now,
per rivedere
what would be our priorities? Well, first, to offer an opportunity for a revision of the current state of play,
e l'efficacia delle misure di
the
stimolo
goals, and as well as the efficiency of the measures of encouragement in innovation, for example.
attuate nel contesto di crisi, con particolare attenzione all'innovazione
Also
digitale.
the measures which were implemented within the crisis context with the special stress on digital transformation, developing further competences.
Discutere il peso del Covid-19 sui giovani ed esplorare azioni chiave per l'inclusione, la resilienza.
We also need to look at how COVID-19 has affected the younger population and the development of professional competencies and possibilities of employment for these generations.
Per migliorare la cooperazione tra piccole e microimprese e la prospettiva di mercato.
This way we can improve the cooperation of SMEs, but also the perspectives of labor market development that would serve and benefit our citizens.
Condividere esperienze su come l'innovazione e la digitalizzazione siano una priorità per le strategie di
Similarly, we are working on exchanging experiences and prioritizing these examples of good practices and exchange of examples of the good practices, which could be essential for our companies, especially during the ongoing crisis.
E lo sviluppo futuro con particolare attenzione all'inclusione, alla trasformazione ecologica e
Future development, of course, will be important, especially in view of ecological transformation, digitalization, and in an effort to achieve social equality.
Le soluzioni future saranno l'intersezione tra connettività, innovazione digitale e politiche sociali.
A combination of bringing together new social policies and new tendencies.
Proprio la sfida della digitalizzazione e dell'innovazione richiede.
The digitalization and innovation challenge is the one that requires us to get even more involved.
Bisogna indirizzare l'economia stimolando la creazione di mercati innovativi.
The economy also needs to be adapted in such a way that to encourage the creation of innovative markets.
Forti investimenti in istruzione e ricerca, in infrastrutture digitali, nel trasferimento tecnologico.
The way we can further encourage the financing these areas as well as the technological knowledge transfer.
E nella formazione per la riconversione dei lavoratori, e questo dovrebbe essere il cuore di quel
We
programma.
also need to improve retraining of workers, which should also, in a way, serve as the focal point of this project.
Fondamentale a questo scopo anche il raccordo con la gestione del nodo infrastrutture materiali e dei trasporti.
The key issue there is the interlinking of material structures, transport links.
Che vedrà proprio in queste giornate una sessione di studio dedicata. Ogni riflessione sull'aspetto della connessione.
There is a session during this forum that is particularly devoted to further developing these particular aspects.
Dalla premessa di collegamenti reali e la soluzione dei problemi legati.
First of all, we'll look at the importance of real interconnections as well as finding solutions for digitalization and all other technological aspects such as broadband, optic cables, as well as all the other topics that have already been discussed during our fora, which touched upon both cultural aspects as well as the existing programs, but also including the development in the field of tourism in this particular region.
Proprio sul tema delle infrastrutture materiali dobbiamo ragionare in modo orizzontale.
Speaking of material infrastructure, we need to think laterally
che lavorano, producono e operano in modo verticale.
and establish the method of operation that will not only include thinking and working horizontally, but also vertically. The crisis has forced us, due to the contamination of certain sectors, to direct our attention toward finding solutions for all kinds of relations. Here I'm talking about the role and the potential that of simplified procedures when it comes to movement of goods, for example, and the intermodal points need to play a more important role.
Drive di sviluppo che come tali devono avere il sostegno di politiche nazionali.
And they need to be a sort of a development drive in order to solve all the problems that might burden it, and simplifying procedures that would help the private sector in more than one way.
Il futuro delle politiche di innovazione nell'area EUSAIR sarà caratterizzato.
The future of the innovation policy within EUSAIR is the backbone for a number of topics linked to digitalization,
al turismo e al benessere.
But not only digitalization, but also tourism and the general well-being for our citizens. We hope that we'll be able to enhance our cooperation over the next few months in order to achieve this significant revolution, while we'll be joining our efforts together with those of the European Commission, but also the countries which are members of EUSAIR, as well as universities operating in this region. But we must not
ciò che si capisce immediatamente.
Stop. We must not be scared of the challenges that we are facing. We have a model, but we can never see that model as a final one. It always has to be open to enhancement, open to change and improvement.
Non è più sufficiente fare della resilienza l'unico fondamento sul quale costruire.
It is no more sufficient just to have the necessary capacities as the only precondition for building our societies and creating wealth in our societies.
Dobbiamo rimodellare insieme il futuro di EUSAIR. Facciamolo.
We need to rethink the future of EUSAIR. This is something that we need to do and perhaps even try to achieve the impossible.
Grazie a tutti voi per l'ascolto.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your attention.
We are way behind the schedule, so I will just ask a single question, and I will address it to Mr. Matthew King, if he is present. Mr. King, when you talk about the strategies of the resilience, is it better to have a common resilience strategy or a synergy of the local strategies?
Well, I think it's really important that all of these strategies work together. Yeah, we have a sort of a hierarchy of levels in the European Union at the EU level, national level, regional level, and then local city levels below that. Cities, everybody is going to be preparing their own ways of coping with the digital and green transformations and coping with the after effects, well, hopefully after effects shortly, of the pandemic. And it's important that these don't get out of sync. Yeah, that's why forums like EUSAIR are so important in helping to bring together national and regional players to talk about these issues, and not just at conferences like this, but also, in side rooms, in chat rooms, when they're able to meet again physically, in the meetings they already have and have planned, to talk about what their strategies and goals are, so that they meet one another in the middle. And what we've understood with our own work on foresight and resilience so far is that it really doesn't make sense to make plans for the future in isolation. You have to be talking with your partners. You have to be collaborating and developing joint plans and joint approaches to common problems. So that's why I think it's all very well for the EU to have its own foresight strategy and foresight plans, either for resilience, or this year we're going to be looking at open strategic autonomy, the dependencies of the EU with the rest of the world. But it's really important that this conversation doesn't happen only in Brussels. It must happen throughout the rest of the EU and neighboring countries, and that we work together, use our collective intelligence in order to put together meaningful plans. And this way they will be more resilient. So I think the working together component through the regional collaboration mechanisms that exist is really fundamental.
Thank you. Thank you all for your attention on this panel. Thanks to all the panelists and keynote speaker. And it is the time for some networking. I hope we left enough time to that, so please enjoy it.
Franjevački samostan u Baču spada u jedinstveno kulturno nasleđe u Republici Srbiji i jedno je od najkompleksnijih kulturnih dobara na teritoriji Vojvodine. Još 1948. godine čudotvorna ikona Bogorodice Radosne Gospe sa Hristom stavljena je pod zaštitu. a 3 godine nakon toga zaštićen je i ceo kompleks zbog svojih velikih istorijskih i kulturnih vrednosti. Samostan u Baču podigli su u 12. veku krstaši iz reda Svetog groba Jerusalimskog, a dograđivan je sve do 18. veka. Nakon pada Latinskog kraljevstva u Jerusalim prestala su i putovanja krstaša, pa je Bački samostan odlukom mađarskog kralja Andrije III. Arpada postao franjevački od 1300. godine.
Mi smo kroz projekat Vekovi Bača od 2006. godine krenuli u dodatno razumevanje i istraživanje kako bismo došli do odgovora šta se sve ovdje krije i na koji način je ovaj spomenik dao doprinos kulturnom nasljeđu na ovom prostoru pa i šire.
U građevinama ovog kompleksa ogledaju se romanička, gotska, renesansna, islamska, barokna i klasicistička arhitektura.
Proces obnove kroz projekat rehabilitacije Franjevačkog samostana započeo, imao je glavnu ideju, vodilju da poboljšamo loše stanje u kome se samostan nalazio. Znači, to se odnosilo pre svega na infrastrukturu, stanje elektroinstalacija, nepriključenost na gradsku mrežu, stanje vodovodne instalacije, sve je bilo do te mere dotrajalo da je moglo biti i izvor visokog rizika po ovo nasleđe.
Hello again, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thematic session and our next topic is connecting the region, energy networks for a green Adriatic-Ionian region. Warm welcome to Biljana Romić, moderator of this session, and to experts for this topic who joined us from Serbia and Europe. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th EUSAIR Forum and parallel session 2, Energy Networks for a Green Adriatic-Ionian region. As you may be informed, US strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region was established in 2014 and now covers 9 countries: Italy, Greece, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Albania, North Macedonia, and Serbia. There are 4 pillars on the EUSAIR: blue growth, transport and energy networks, environment, and tourism. Pillar coordinators for energy networks are Italy, North Macedonia, and Serbia. Energy networks has the important role in development of economy and in the realization of the EU policy in the field of energy and climate. One of the main results of our work for 2020 was definition and adoption 3 flagship projects with macro-regional importance consistent with national needs as well as with EU policy objectives for greener, low-carbon and more connected Europe. These 3 flagship projects are namely Power Networks and Market for a Green Adriatic-Ionian region, Integrated Natural Gas Corridors and Market for a Green Adriatic-Ionian region, and the third is Development and Operation of Logistics for LNG use as a clean fuel for the Adriatic-Ionian region. The 3 flagship projects include several proposed actions to be taken within EUSAIR boundaries or at national level for energy networks. Therefore, today's panel is dedicated to the topic how energy networks can contribute for green Adriatic and Ionian region. For our panel, we have 6 speakers. Mr. Gerasimos Avlonitis from Greece, Mr. Alberto Biancardi from Agency for the Operation of the Energy System in Italy, Mr. Janez Kopac, Director of the Energy Community, Mr. Fabio Tambone from Regulatory Authority for Energy Networks and Environment in Italy, Ms. Snežana Ristic from the Ministry of Mining and Energy, Republic of Serbia, Department for Oil and Gas, and Mr. Nikola Tosic from the Elektromreža Srbije, from Serbia Power Transport Operator. Before we start, I would like to use this opportunity to inform you that new Serbian coordinator for energy networks on the EUSAIR is Mr. Miodrag Poledica, State Secretary in the Ministry of Mining and Energy. Unfortunately, Mr. Poledica is not able to participate on this panel. I would like to thank the Professor Sergio Gariba, our Italian coordinator for energy networks, on all support, efforts, and work in organization of this panel. Let me thank to our speakers who accept our invitation as well as their efforts to participate in today's panel. I kindly ask our speakers, since we are very limited with the time, to pay attention to the time for the presentation and that their presentation does not last longer than 9 minutes. Now, I invite Mr. Gerasimos Avlonitis from Hellenic Gas Transmission Operator to shortly introduce himself and to start with presentation.
Hello, I hope you hear me loud and clear. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in the 5th EUSAIR Forum. It is an honor for us. My name is Gerasimos Avlonitis. I'm the Market Development Manager in the Hellenic Gas Transmission System Operator, or DESFA for short. I'm also a member of the board in the Hellenic Energy Exchange, representing DESFA. And in my short presentation, I will try to introduce you to how do we feel that a natural gas transporter can actually contribute and participate in this energy transition. So I will share my screen. First of all, a quick word on who we are. DESFA is the owner and operator of the Greek national natural gas system, consisting of a transmission system about 1,500 meters long with important interconnections and an LNG terminal in the Revithousa island. Established in 2007, it was majority owned by the state until December 2018, where a privatization of the company took place. Now we have the pleasure to have some of the largest and most active TSOs of Europe, Snam, Enagas, Fluxys, as well as a big Greek energy firm, Damco Energy, as part of our shareholding portfolio, majority shareholders, in fact, with the state having 34%. As I said, we operate, maintain, and develop the national natural gas network, and we offer mostly regulated services because we're, as a TSO, we're a regulated entity, but also we offer a wide range of non-regulated services to a number of national and international clients. In the next slide, you have some key figures about who we are in terms of characteristics of our network and some key features about our organization and our regulatory asset base, our turnover. But what I would like to stress more and it's relevant for our discussion is that the national natural gas system that we are operating is well interconnected with Turkey, Bulgaria. Actually, this is bi-directional interconnection point where we can gas can be flow in both directions, even physically. A very new interconnection with the Trans-Adriatic pipeline practically connects us to the Italian market. And of course, a key characterization of a key feature of the network is our LNG terminal in the south of very close to Athens. In order to give you an idea of where we operate, I think it's important to have a quick view of the quick features of the National Energy and Climate Plan for the year 2030. It was completed after long consultation and sent to the EU in the end of 2019. It is fully aligned with the European targets. Actually, in some cases, it is even more, has more ambitious targets than the minimum set by the EU. The estimated investments in the key areas are in the order of 44 billion euros. Energy efficiency is the #1 priority, and there are several pillars of actions that are presented in the plan. I'll go straight away to some of the actions foreseen in the national plan that are particularly related to our case where we can directly contribute, we feel. It is the promotion of the country as a regional energy hub, both in electricity and gas, enhancement of electricity and gas interconnections with neighboring countries, the promotion of LNG as a maritime fuel, and last but not least is a big plan of decarbonization of the electricity sector, phased out by 2028. And we'll come back to that in the end of the presentation. How we are planning and how do we think we can contribute to this aspiration, which is, of course, our aspiration. It's very important, I think, for our region as well, to move towards a physical and a commercial hub. In the map, you will see major flows and projects that are either completed, like the TAP and the Key pipeline, or pipelines are under consideration either by DESFA or by other sponsors, as well as 2 FSRUs and the storage facility, which is currently under tender, and DESFA is about to participate, is participating already in this tender. Now, in our experience and what we have seen, the key action points for better interconnection and better flow of energy, this green energy or conventional, I would say, it is, first of all, increase of interconnection capacity. As I mentioned already, we are interconnected. We are actively pursuing interconnection with all neighboring countries. Apart from the existing ones with Turkey, Bulgaria, and now with the TAP, we are pursuing a new interconnection capacity with North Macedonia. And also we are, of course, we are working interconnecting with all future projects like the new IGB pipeline. The second thing is to increase interoperability. No matter what the interconnection capacity is, if you don't have the rules, common rules between the 2 operators in order to allow energy to flow freely, then you practically could not exploit all the advantages of having an energy network. So we already have interoperability agreements with most our interconnection, all our existing interconnection points apart from Turkey. We're actually pursuing for some time to have one event there. And of course, we're talking with all new operators like the IGB that I mentioned and all other projects that are going to connect to our system to have interoperability agreements. The third thing is to increase system capacity and flexibility. As I said, there are many bidirectional points where gas can even physically, if necessary, move to different directions. In order to achieve that, we are already pursuing more flexibility, more compression power, more capacity, trying to have the energy to flow anywhere that it is required by the market or by security supply needs. A fourth action point, it is to develop a trade infrastructure and, in our case, a gas exchange. DESFA is participating, as I said, in the Hellenic Energy Exchange by a certain percentage. We are currently working in having a gas exchange in place. We're working in cooperation with Energy in the next few months. Actually, we already have some trading going on, and this is going to become a full gas exchange in Q2 or Q3 of 2021. Last but not least, it is equally important to allow for new gas users. We are developing small-scale LNG facilities in the Revithousa terminal, and we are developing also infrastructure that can allow for use of gas in off-grid solutions like truck loading facilities, etc., in our terminal. So, in the left, on the right-hand side, you can see a list of the projects that I are referring also to the map when you will have this presentation. I would like to mention that following the increase in interconnection capacity, interoperability agreements, etc., in the last couple of years, we had, for the first time, transiting flows from the Revithousa terminal directly to Bulgaria and even beyond. We hope that this will happen with new interconnections with North Macedonia and Bulgaria. And also, we are looking forward to see how our users will take value out of the new interconnection with TAP that was only realized, as you probably know, in the beginning of this month. Finally, just to complete the picture and give you a real life example of how do we feel that a natural gas transporter, and I put it in quotes because we think that very soon will be more like an energy services company and not just a typical transmission company, how we contribute in the energy transition. This is an example that we experience right now. West Macedonia is an area of the northern part of Greece. It hosts today the main lignite power plants in Greece. Practically 70% of the lignite production, power production from lignite is in this area. And there are also 3 district heating networks. In the framework of the Greek government's delignitization plan that I referred to in my previous slides, all lignite power plants will be phased out until 2023, apart probably from a new one. And the operation of the district heating networks is not ensured after this date. At the same time, of course, the government has prepared the fair transition development plan for the area of West Macedonia. And also there are considerations for the area because lignites are going to be phased out to have hydrogen production in the future and create a hydrogen valley. In order to contribute to this energy transition and being fully compatible with this climate energy plan of the government, DESFA has proposed a hydrogen-ready, high-pressure pipeline that will connect the national transmission system with this area that is going to experience this deep transformation. This pipeline will be able to supply the district heating networks that currently were supplied by the lignite plants. It can bring gas as a main fuel to the cities of the region, which are in the north. They have heating needs, so there will be a very positive impact on the cost of living for these areas. And also we're connecting this, the national transmission system to an area where hydrogen production is planned. Having a hydrogen-ready pipeline means that we can exploit any production plants for hydrogen in the future there and move it anywhere in Greece through blending or in the future even in pure form. We have included this project in our last 10-year development plan. We are awaiting regulatory approval. Practically this, we're expecting this today, in fact, and we hope that this will be positive. So by closing that, a final remark will be that moving to a regional hub and having interconnections to this country, to these countries of the region. It is important to have synergies and exploit exploit all possibilities in terms of fuel mix, etc., moving to, of course, to the 2050 zero net carbon future. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that didn't take too much time. Thanks a lot, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gerasimos Avlonitis. It was very nice and interesting presentation. I just have kindly request for our other speakers to be more shorter and to take, if it's possible, 7 minutes for their presentation. Now I invite Mr. Alberto Biancardi, Agency for the Operation of the Energy System from Italy, to introduce himself and to start the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to use no more than 7-8 minutes for my speech. I am the director of the international relations of GSE. I will give you more information about my company during my speech. I would like to ask to help me with the presentation, uploading it, because I'm not able to do that from my desk. I don't know if this second are included in my 7 minutes or not. Nevertheless, I can start with the presentation, don't worry. Because my first twofold point is to give you some remarks about what does it mean connecting the two regions, Europe, Italy, the European Union on one side, and the Adriatic Ionian region. Of course, my first remark is that the connection can be physical, as already outlined by Gerasimos. Okay, don't worry, because I have only some remarks written, but I can do that without the presentation if it's not possible. Okay, so the first point, the connection is physical, firstly. As already outlined by the previous speaker, we have a connection, a gas facility between Italy and the eastern part of the continent, the Trans-Adriatic pipeline. We have the connection between Italy and Montenegro, the network, the network of electricity is already connected. This gives us a lot of opportunities of collaboration. We can, of course, import, export energy, but we can couple our market. We are working on this way. I remind just the CAP project run by the regulator, the GSE itself, that for us is fundamental for enhancing the collaboration between the two parts of our continent. The second remark concerning the connection. Of course, the connection can be not only physical, but normative, institutional. This is fundamental for enhancing our collaboration. We know that all the countries included in the so-called energy community has already agreed to transpose the third energy package. This is fundamental for giving a regulatory framework that is homogeneous all over Europe. This is fundamental. But now we have a fundamental second common challenge. We shape our common future managing the climate change challenge. This is for us fundamental. We, within the European Union, we as Italian, we are planning new investment. For us, you know, living in a very difficult phase under the COVID-19 situation, we are trying to reshape our energy system. And I think that the energy transition, the capability to make good plans, to introduce new technologies for energy, IT, environment, everything that allow us to go to a greener future, for us is fundamental. We are working as Italian, as European, and I think that this is the fundamental point for making the connection between European Union, Italy, and the Adriatic Ionian region better. This is the point, my central argument. We in the Union, we have already identified a green agenda for Western Balkans. We have identified a set of possible point of collaboration concerning decarbonization, circular economy, depollution, biodiversity, financial instruments. I think that this is a correct point of departure, using the agenda, the content of this document that has been issued only some months ago by European Union for identifying single point of collaboration. GSE is an Italian agency working for renewable energy efficiency, new technologies. And we have a lot of information, a lot of possibility to help any other institution outside Italy. We have inside the group, for example, the power exchange, we have the single buyer, we have the capability to suggest how to introduce and manage financial instruments for new technologies. This is the point. I think that working on using our capabilities, we can help, we can ease the transition to a greener world. We is my final point, so I would be able to use no more than 7 minutes as asked. We have already signed 2 MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with Albania and Georgia. And we are working with other countries, for example, Montenegro. So we are fully open to any form of collaboration. We hope that workshop like the one now we are attending are fundamental for easing the dialogue, and we are open. We are here. Now my 7 minutes has expired. Thank you, and I remain here for any other question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biancardi. Thank you very much. I apologize because we were not able to follow you with presentation immediately, but I believe that you have understanding for this situation. It would be much better to have this forum in person here in Belgrade, but we believe that we will have the opportunity for the next EUSAIR forum to see each other in person. Now, I kindly invite, and it is a pleasure to have on our panel, Mr. Janez Kopač, Director of Energy Community. Mr. Kopač, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Biljana. Hello to everybody. I hope you can see me or you can see my presentation. I don't know.
We can see and your presentation and you, don't worry.
That's perfect.
Yes.
Thanks a lot. So Energy Community is an international organization which covers Western Balkans as well. and European Union, so brings this together. Today I will talk only about 6 countries in the Western Balkans. Generation mix of these countries is, as you see, so approximately half hydropower, half thermal power plants based on coal, mostly lignite, unfortunately, a little bit of wind, almost no solar. Potential, unfortunately, is not tapped, but it is enormous in this area, and we shall always strive to use it or utilize it better. When talking about interconnectivity or bringing region together and connecting it to the rest of European Union, especially in the having in front of eyes an aspect of renewables and Green Deal, I would like to present you very briefly a study which we finalized these days, and it is a very interesting one. What we found out is that this region has completely different problems than European Union when talking about interconnectivity. In fact, it doesn't have problems. Here is a presentation of power transmission network in our region, and so these are all the capacities, and you can see that these capacities are used, let's say, as low as 20% of cross-border connections. And if we look into European Union, we see that their percentages. First, I would like to go back to that presentation. So installed capacities, at least on the territory of former Yugoslavia, are enormous, because former Yugoslavia was very well interconnected. And when all these countries became independent states, this interconnectivity was not and is still not used properly. If we go to the Western Europe, we see that ratio between the net transfer capacities and the installed generation capacities is as low as, let's say, 6%, 9%, and so on. In our region, the percentages, you can see them on the right side, are 64 in Albania, 51 in Bosnia and Herzegovina, 106 Kosovo, North Macedonia 55, Montenegro 210. So a different universe from the rest of European Union. And this so-called 10% interconnectivity target is European Union's target for 2020. Our countries in the Western Balkans have it, I mean, are well beyond this. And if we go to the 2030 target, which European Union installed for itself, we see that there is the nominal transmission capacity of interconnectors compared to the peak load in the country shall be about 30%. And in our region, in Western Balkans, this is well beyond 30%. So our countries are well beyond EU target for 2030. The same goes for the other physical, for all the other targets, except for the target which talks about wholesale electricity price difference between different countries. That one should be lower than 2 euros per megawatt hour, but in our region it is much higher. And this means markets are simply not connected. The countries do not trade among themselves enough. They simply don't use already existing capacities. And European Union designed these targets to first tap the potential of existing, already existing interconnectors. And once again, this is not done in our region, and European Union even obliged all the EU member states in a regulation 2019, so it's called electricity regulation. It was adopted in 2019. That at least 70% of these capacities should be offered for the trade. If I go once again to our region, 25 is reality. So using more efficiently existing interconnectors, we don't need to spend any money in any new interconnectors. We just need to use existing interconnectors more efficiently. And why they're not used? Because electricity incumbents in the countries are not very happy with opening the market, and this is, of course, a loss of opportunities for the consumers. If I go now to the gas sector, this is a short presentation of existing projects in among so-called projects of energy community interest. So these are planned projects. But now I would like to show you that current gas infrastructure utilization. We have a connection between Serbia and, so which are currently existing. We have connections between Bulgaria, North Macedonia, between Serbia, Bosnia, and between Hungary and Serbia. And all these numbers, which I'm presenting on these two slides, you can perhaps take a look into them later, show that utilization of existing interconnectors is well below their capacities. For example, the one between Hungary and Serbia is on a level of around 20%. And consumers in Serbia, big consumers or small consumers, do not have access to a competitive offer because a state-owned company, Serbia Gas, monopolized completely the gas market, and they don't allow anybody to enter or to use the existing infrastructure to get gas cheaper, because there is a lot of cheap gas in the Central Europe, and simply consumers cannot access it. So the message of this presentation is, before we plan new huge interconnectors, please use existing one more efficiently. And when we talk about energy transition, the first step is market liberalization. Without this so-called first transition, the second transition towards decarbonization is not possible, or it will be very, very costly. Region is well connected. It just needs, I would say, a little bit of investment into legal infrastructure, not physical, because physical one is very extensive. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kopac. Thank you. And now I kindly ask Mr. Fabio Tambone from Regulatory Authority for Energy, Networks and Environment from Italy. Mr. Tambone, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I also kindly ask you to share my presentation as well.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, let me thank Professor Garriba to invite me, of course, the forum. You have to know that Professor Garriba was the one hiring me 20 years ago at the Italian regulator. So I'm really thankful to Professor Garriba. Then, of course, my regards to old friend Gerasimos Avlonidis, who's Alberto Biancardi, and Yanis Kovacs. So first of all, I take the message from, please, next slide, from Mr. Kovacs to really remark this, what he's just said. It's a worry of regulators that has in the first, let's say, the first priority to understand how much new infrastructure are going to let's say, be transferred to the cost of bills of final customers. So I really underline what Mr. Kovac said. It's important to use what we have instead of doing something which will bring a cost instead of some benefits to final customers. So just to mention that I'm in charge, I'm head of the international in relations at the Italian regulator. And just to say that our regulator is a very old regulator, 20 years, more than 20 years. And you have the list of activities that we normally a regulator should bring on. One in particular is to, let's say, applies uniform principles in any of the regulated domains, which are the principle of regulation: cost reflectivity, transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness. Please, next slide. Next one, please. Yes. Just to show you that our country went through, as Mr. Biancardi just mentioned, an important change in the last, let's say, in the last 10, 15 years, given mainly to a big quantity of production of renewable energies, but also a new commerce and new interconnections, both on electricity and gas. The two most famous one are the interconnection with Montenegro, Monita project, and the TAP, Trans-Adriatic Pipeline. Some messages on this, yes, there is also a discussion with the Italy and Tunisian interconnection for electricity. Just to mention that what happened in the last period, that now we have a market approach. So it's not only about exporting and importing, but just to have our minds in a market-oriented approach. It happens today already for the Monita projects. In fact, this project happened that Italy export, not only import from Montenegro, depending on the price, mainly in the day. There's a big difference between day and night. But also, there is a problem today of exceeding generation. Mr. Kovac mentioned gas as well. So we have today a problem on how to manage this big with big offer in the grids. We have balancing problems, we have market problems. So it's up to regulators to really manage this issue, which has a strong effect to final customer. Next slide, please. So, as a message, it is very important that regulators use software tools to promote competition and sustainability. Through what? Through market integration. We have this strange animal called coupling. Coupling means that when two systems couple together and have the same price. It happened in Slovenia. Mr. Kovac knows very well. It happened with Greece, with electricity market in Greece, and hopefully it's going to happen also in Montenegro. It is very important to do this because then you have your mind goes through a unique market. That's our scope. That's what Italy hopes, to have a unique market with the Balkan region. We have many interests. Italian companies have many interests in that region. Of course, there is another issue which is relevant for regulators, that when regulators evaluate projects, they have to establish rules for capacity allocation, and also they've established rules about cost recovery. It is very important what Mr. Kovac says. Hey, please mind the cost, mind the market, mind what is going to happen today, which is very important for not to have investments, but that brings no real and concrete results. Next slide, please. So, establishing a regional energy community. We have already the treaty. We have the secretariat in Vienna, but energy community, to me, it's something else. It's a common culture of regulation, a common culture of market, a common culture on investments, and also a common culture on customer protection. So that's our challenge in the next years. That's what we are trying to do through participating and active participating in an energy community regulatory board. Through this project that you are bringing since 4 years, which is the CAP project. It's an initiative for Central European Initiative supported in order to have this capacity building action toward Western Balkan. Go ahead, please. Next slide. So this slide more or less say what I just mentioned. So it is very important for us. It's very important that we found a common ground between EUSAIR, which is the European Agency for Energy Regulators, and ECRB. There was an attempt very recently to reform the treaty in order to cover the gaps between possible interconnection management from EU and non-EU country. Unfortunately, this attempt to reform failed, but we really insist that this is a key issue in order to really have a unique market in the Balkans. Next slide, please. So about Monita. Monita is, of course, a part of the Trans-Balkan corridor. In fact, it connects Montenegro, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Serbia. And of course, it's been included in the project of common interest. So it's a key project. By the way, Alberto Biancardi mentioned about some MOUs. We have an MOU with Serbian regulator, with regulator of Montenegro, with regulator of Albania. So this is the proof that we really care about this region. And so it is very important that this project could really represent a bridge to the region. You know that we also have an interconnection with Greece, and all together, reinforcing the interconnection that are connecting Montenegro to Greece through Albania and other regions could really bring a real market. Next slide, please. I'm almost finished. Just to show you what is happening in Monita, the capacity is already used by almost 60%. So it means that there is a demand, market demand, which is a very good news, because in the beginning, when also Alberto was there, was commissioned our regulator, we really did not know how much this interconnection was supposed to be used. But this is a good news. It means that the market is responding, and hopefully in the next years we can double this project. Next slide, please. So this is a picture that more or less reflects what is going on today in the region. On the left, you can see the percentage, the interconnection capacity as a percentage of gross installed capacity. Montenegro is already far beyond. Other countries are in a good position. So this confirms that the region is ready to enter in Europe. What is important for us that, as Mr. Kopas was mentioning, that to trade in an efficient way, we really have to get information on what is the real percentage of efficiency of this interconnection, in order to reinforce eventually to make them more efficient and to work in the best way possible. As a conclusion, next slide, I would like to just mention that we are going to a world which is less renewable energy sources driven. This is for sure. Now today we have less renewable energies and gas, but we know that gas is already declining. What Mr. Kovacs mentioned is very important. We are already thinking about this new gas like hydrogen, all these kind of things, new technologies. This is a new fashion in this moment, but we really care about how we really can build this market through this new energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tambone. It was very interesting. And now I invite my colleague, Ms. Snežana Ristic from the Ministry of Mining and Energy, Republic of Serbia, Department for Oil and Gas. Snežana, please, the floor is yours.
Sorry, there is some technical issues here. Sorry, I hope that you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Sorry, I have some technical issues. I would like to greet you all once more on behalf of the ministry. And I would present you shortly some project in the gas sector and some short overview in the gas sector here in Republic of Serbia. First of all, I would like to show you the strategic goals in energy sector, the structure of the primary consumption, some projection of the final energy consumption, transport gas system and interconnection existing and planned, and also I would like to show you the Balkan Stream project, which is ongoing here in Republic of Serbia. First of all, strategic goals in Republic of Serbia are defined with energy development strategy, which is adopted by the National Assembly of the Republic of Serbia at the proposal of the government for the period of at least 15 years. The existing energy strategy is for the period until 2025, with projection until 2030. As we can see, reliable, safe, efficient, and quality supply of energy, as well as setting up conditions for reliable and safe operation and sustainable development of energy system and energy sector in general, are main goals regarding the energy security. And also connection of energy system with neighboring countries and connection with energy market of European Union are also of the great importance regarding the development of energy sector in Republic of Serbia. On this slide, you can see the structure of the primary consumption in Republic of Serbia. Gas has significant consumption, but there is room for increasing this consumption, not only because of planned economic progress, but also because of the contribution to the environmental protection. Natural gas is an energy source with technical and environmental advantages over other conventional fuels. From the aspect of impact of the environment, natural gas is an important energy source because it reduces air pollution and limits carbon dioxide emission. By replacing the fuel that pollutes the environment, such as oil and coal, with natural gas in various production processes as well as traffic, it contributes to achieving the set climate goals. Due to the fact that natural gas can make significant contribution to the environment, Energy Development Strategy of Republic of Serbia recognize different direction of action, which includes use of natural gas for the production of electricity and heat, construction of new heat sources which use gas as energy source, and conversion of fuel with natural gas where technically feasible. Also, completion of gasification of Republic of Serbia and rehabilitation of the existing gas pipeline system. The development of the gas sector primarily requires gas infrastructure in all parts of the country and interconnection with neighboring countries. Regarding to the energy balance for 2021, import dependency of gas will be around 84%. On this slide, you can see some projection for the final energy consumption till 2030. It includes two scenarios. One is reference scenario or business as usual, and one is with energy efficiency measures. The scenario with efficiency measures show difference about 3,059,000 tons of equivalent oil. As we previously saw, important dependence is high regarding the gas sector, so there is a need to raise the level of security of supply. The projects which are very important here in gas sector is realization of the pipeline project Balkan Stream, also realization of new interconnection project with neighboring countries, with Bulgaria, Romania, Croatia, Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro. And also the capacity expansion of the existing gas storage facilities Banatski Dvor, sorry. On this slide, you can see the route of the Balkanski Tok or Balkan Stream project. This project increased gas security of supply here in the Republic of Serbia, and it is also significant for economic development and social stability. The length of this pipeline is 403 kilometers, and the annual capacity is about 13 billion cubic meters. On the next slide, you can see the planned interconnection with the neighboring countries. I can tell you some basic information regarding this project. Interconnection with Bulgaria is a pipeline which is along about 170 kilometers, and it is about 109 kilometers on the Serbian side, and estimated value is 85.5 million of euros, and the planned capacity is 1.8 billion of cubic meters. The interconnection Serbia-Romania is a pipeline which is 85.5 kilometer long. The annual capacity, planned annual capacity is 1.6 billion cubic meters, and the estimated value of investment is around 46 million euros. Interconnection with Croatia is a gas pipeline which is 95 kilometers long, and the estimated value is around 60 million euros, and the annual capacity is 1.5 billion cubic meters. Interconnection with Northern Macedonia is about 70.7 kilometers long, and the annual capacity is 1.2 million cubic meters. And Montenegro is about 114 kilometers long, and the annual capacity is around 1 billion cubic meters. We can say that all interconnection are very important for us because they allow us to further develop the market in the Republic of Serbia and increase the security of supply not only here but also in the region. That's all. I hope that you can see. Thank you.
Thank you, Snežana. And our last speaker is Mr. Nikola Tošić from Elektromreža Srbije, our power transmission operator. I invite Mr. Nikola Tošić and kindly ask if it's possible to present only in 5 minutes, if it's possible, please.
Hello, everybody. I will try to be quick. So we will see what EMS and Serbia done in past past 10 or 15 years in unbundling our electricity sector, and we will see what is the perspective of our system. So we started with the regulation in 2004. And after that, we established the transmission system operator, established the regulatory agency. After that, agency issued first license. After that, we established tariffs for access, which were diversified to the price of the electricity. After that, we implemented NTC calculation according to the European methodologies, and related to the capacity allocation, we started with first split auctions. After that, we established joint auctions, and today we are trying to go to the capacity joint allocation offices for all our borders. We started with 2 at the moment. Regarding to the ITC mechanism, we joined the European ITC mechanism. And also after that, ancillary services. At the beginning, it was one regulated price for ancillary services and engaged balancing energy. And after that, we also separated those 2 services and into 2 different factors. And we can say that real opening of the market was in the 2013 when we adopted first market code and we implemented the balancing responsibility concept. In same time, we established a balancing market, which is working till today, and we are striving to cross-border cooperation with all neighboring TSOs and also EU TSOs. Regarding the consumers, the market was opened in 2013 for consumers on transmission level. After that, we opened the market for the distribution level, and in 2015, the market was opened for all households and all consumers. We are publishing all electricity market fundamental data according to the EU regulation. And at the end, we established the system of guarantees of origin with the successful application, and we become the full member of the AAB. This is one picture which describes Serbian electricity model. I can also say that we established market operator CPEX as daughter company of EMS, and we have in picture all participants in our market. What are our future goals? So at the moment, European market looks like this. The point is to go to the centralization, to become a one and unique European market, and also we need to do on integration of renewable electricity sources and distribution resources in the electricity market. Today, as I said, we had the deregulation, which implemented multiple national independent markets, and we are all striving to one single European market, which will also be a kind of centralization of all market roles. What do we need to do still? Transposition of new EU regulations and implementation of best EU practice. Also, we must get ancillary services based on market principles. We need to implement smart grids on DSO level, also to select guaranteed supplier based on market principles. Also, couple of new roles we must establish on our market. Maybe you know, currently we are changing our energy law, and also we are drafting new renewable electricity sources law. So designation of NEEM on Serbian electricity market in order to foster the market coupling is one of the main requests, and also accession to the European balancing market platforms. And also we need to, what is waiting for us is implementation of intraday market and integration of RESTs in the balancing market, and also possibly the introduction of G component in transmission system tariff. We can see one picture of European markets today, and we are, as I said, we are striving to become a part of unique electricity market in Europe. Those are the projects where EMS successfully cooperate and participate, and that would be all. I tried to put it in a short 6-minute presentation, and thank you for following me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Tosic. It was really very fast. Thank you very much. And since we are out of time for the panel, just quickly, we have question from for all speakers from Mr. Nikitas. The question is related to the offshore renewable energy sources. So I kindly invite our speakers to reply on this question. Who will be the first?
Sorry, I don't understand the point. The question is offshore.
The question is, what about offshore RES in the area?
No, I don't know if I can talk myself or there is someone else before me.
Yes, please, Mr. Tambone.
No, just a quick answer from our point of view. Of course, when you make a new production, you have to be sure that this production can enter into the system. So first of all, in Italy, for example, we have an enormous capacity already of renewable energy sources. In fact, now there is a trend where this new production goes through the industrial areas or parking areas where the land is almost full, let's say. So whenever you have new production offshore, even if it might be good in terms of space, it has to be sure that this energy can enter into the system. And let's say it's digested in the best way possible from that system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tambone. Maybe Mr. Biancardi?
Yes. Yes, just one very fast remark, because in our plan, the recovery plan that we are discussing with the European Union, we have the idea to use a part of the fund available for offshore project, project. I think that perhaps we have to be very careful to select the area, the geographical area, because we think that in the next decades it will be fully aligned the cost with the other renewables. But our expectation is that it's a very interesting field to be monitored for our future. Thank you.
Mr. Biancardi, Mr. Avlonitis.
Yeah. I would like
please.
just to comment a little bit on Fabio's comment as well. I fully agree that the big issue about production that is remote, it is to bring it on land, especially we're talking offshore. I just wanted to mention to the gentleman who asked that another way, instead of having a cable, another way and an idea that is now being developed somehow in EU is to have this hydrogen production islands close to the offshore winds, where you can, through electrolysis, having hydrogen, etc., and then it can be transported on land as a gas and not as electricity. It's just a possibility for the future, something people they are looking at. That was the remark, following and agreeing fully that transportation of this energy is the key issue now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I kindly ask Professor Sergio Gariba if he would like to say a few words and perhaps some conclusion remarks. Professor Gariba, can you hear me? Sergio, can you hear us?
We could conclude this session and move forward. It's okay with you? Okay, I have to say thank you very much to Biljana Romic and all the participants in this session. We have to fast forward to next session because it's my pleasure to give the floor, virtual floor, to Ivano Magatsu. Mr. Ivano prepared a special session about 30 years of Interreg, good practice cooperation projects in the EUSAIR region and beyond.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me, and on behalf of the Interact program, thanks also for asking us to bring here together in this very exciting forum what Interreg has contributed to in the framework of the European Union strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region. Of course, why not to start with the topics of the Interreg 30-year celebration? This Interreg 30th anniversary focused actually on three main topics, which were articulated on different occasions. And these topics were interconnected actually in nature and in the reality of what we are facing now. And of course, they are made to demonstrate what we are all good to do together in cooperation. We had three topics. The first one, from the one I would like to start, this storytelling of successful best practices is we all have neighbors. And of course, the neighbors matter. In good times and bad times, we cooperate and make decisions together. We face challenges together, and we create new opportunity for a better future in a common space. No matter what, and especially now, never than before, cooperation has been so crucial because never before our challenges have been so global. In this sense, together, we create strong communities. We make sure our citizens have better access to education, healthcare, and jobs. Together, we improve connectivity and accessibility across borders and of course, across the shore of the common, let's say, natural barriers we share in the overall continent. Of course, for more than 30 years now, under Interreg, EU cooperation programs have been helping neighbors to work together to develop strong communities along internal and external borders. And for 30 years, thousands of EU-funded projects have brought concrete benefits to the EU border regions and citizens, building trust and respect amongst people from communities, sharing common spaces, and of course, all together as neighbors, we made this cooperation even stronger. The second theme, it's my pleasure to introduce it, is the youth. Youth, it's actually representing more or less the 17% of the European population in 2018. It's irrespectively of gender, economic situation, social origin, and age, our youngsters, they all face common challenges. For example, access to weak labor markets, lack of education, training opportunities. In this sense, as well, for 30 years, Interreg found solutions for young people and make them working together, building partnerships and sharing knowledges to improve educational levels, qualification skills, international competencies, and job opportunities in order to create a common economy that works for people. And the last topic I would like to stress, and in a few minutes to show you how Interreg has contributed to it, is the green and climate neutral Europe. Of course, humans have created borders to establish sense of belonging and common identity, but of course, Mother Nature does not play by the same rules. Of course, borders have no limits. Rivers, mountains, forests, lakes have actually no limits, no blocks, and nor they do prevent flora and fauna from causing them. Air, water, land pollution, and the use of common resources do not recognize national boundaries. And for this year, the European Commission, in 2019 and in 2020, the European Commission has presented its Green Deal as Europe's new growth strategies with the objective of becoming climate neutral by 2050, and decoupling economic growth from resource use. This will be Europe's man on the moon moment in our fight against climate change and to protect the environment against the biggest threat to humanity for the 21st century. And in one thing is crystal clear, a green and climate neutral Europe cannot be achieved if we all work in isolation, but instead in cooperation. This is what Interreg stands for and has stood for the past 30 years. And now it's my pleasure to introduce today 8 stunning projects in these 3 topics. We will start now with the first one, that is the Transpo Goods project, financed by the Italy-Croatia Interreg program, that tackled the issue of logistics barriers by recognizing that limited sharing of information on transported goods between Italy and Croatia has a negative impact on logistic efficiency and consequently on the modal share of intermodality. By developing innovative IT solutions, it contributes to the carbon footprint reduction and better cooperation between the transport stakeholder of this area, allowing them to move freight flows from the street to seaways and enabling the optimization of resources. I now ask the director to play video 1. For you, the Transport Good project, Italy-Croatia Interreg program.
Transport Good, Transport of Goods platform, is a project funded under the Interreg Italy-Croatia Cross-Border Cooperation Program. It is a result of joint forces of 8 organizations. They have gathered to achieve the ambitious project objectives.
The main goal of the project is support to development of intermodality and multimodality in the Adriatic region, and also support to cooperation between Italian and Croatian transport sector stakeholders. The main objective is also to remove the obstacles and constraints of the existing IT systems in the region.
The project wants to improve intermodality in the region Italy-Croatia in order to move cargo flows from street, from the road, to the sea. We are trying to do it through transparency and letting the information flow freely to shippers, then production and transport operators.
Transport of Goods platform project will give to Croatian and Italian SMEs the opportunities to develop their services, to optimize their resources within the area of transport of goods between Italy and Croatia, and to develop more freight transport.
We will create a platform that will increase transparency, that will give information about routing, about the availability of space on ships, about the carbon footprint.
Networking between Croatian and Italian companies is also one of the key results of Transport Good project, and this is very important for developing these innovative and smart IT tools that was developed in the project and a basis for future collaboration.
The great partnership that we have here in Transport Good project could be really the best way in order to achieve these goals.
The project has started in January 2018, and it connected people and institutions devoted to improving quality, safety, and environmental sustainability of marine and coastal transport.
Of course, a very interesting experience from the Italy-Croatia, but it's not the only one for this topic. Actually, we all have neighbors, and of course also the SAGOV project addressed the need of more strategic planning in transport sector of the South Adriatic area. But this actually has fostered efficiency increasing of the existing connectivity coordination mechanism and pioneer new ones. Likewise, for example, a mapping of difficulties for coordination of transport authorities and a specific platform to provide data for a better coordination of transports services for citizens. Let's see now from the Interreg Italy-Albania-Montenegro program, the SAGOV project. Please play video number 2.
Ports of Bari, Brindisi, Lecce, and Taranto are the South Adriatic gates to Trans-European Network Scandinavian Mediterranean, and they play a strategic role of connecting with the eastern shores of the Adriatic Sea, and specifically with Durrës in Albania and Bari in Montenegro. Coasts are very dense in trade exchanges, people-to-people mobility, and other economic and business relations. SAGOV has identified important findings on governance of transport connectivity, high territorial fragmentation of transport infrastructure, low interoperability, need for better coordination amongst countries of development objectives, changing priorities for the beneficiaries of connectivity projects, low level of communication amongst stakeholders. On the regional institutional cross-border joint initiatives, we have also observed a detachment between policy-making level and technical level, the need for joint vision, better planning, efficient coordination, responsive fundraising, synergies among different connectivity coordination platforms, the need for continuous institutional building and support for the improvement of skills and capacities of public and private transport. There are several EU initiatives supporting transport sector development in Albania and Montenegro. Berlin Process is an initiative aiming to structure Western Balkan 6 countries' cooperation in their path to EU. According to the EUSAIR connecting the region, covering transport networks, EUSAIR governing structures also decided to promote a synergic interaction with the Berlin Process. Connectivity Agenda is one of the main EU assistance mechanisms to support economic growth in the Balkan countries and to speed up the economic convergence with EU member states. Since 2014, Connectivity Agenda has been linked to connecting physical infrastructure and energy systems within the region and of the region with the EU. Western Balkan Investment Framework is a joint initiative of the European Union, Southeast Europe 6, international financial institutions and bilateral donors that provides financing and technical assistance to strategic connectivity projects in the region. Albania is currently implementing some very important transport projects enhancing connectivity in the South Adriatic, namely the Adriatic-Ionian Corridor, reconstruction of quays 1 and 2 in the port of Durrës, rehabilitation of railway Tirana-Durrës with a new railway link to Rinas Airport. Similar to Albania, Montenegro's main projects lay on the road and maritime sectors, namely the Bar-Boljare Highway, Adriatic-Ionian Expressway, rehabilitation of Voluița Quay and extension in Port of Bar. Meanwhile, in the Puglia region, main projects focus on railway sector but also on improving road infrastructure. Railway doubling of section Bari Sant'Andrea-Biteto, Bari Sud from Bari Centrale to Bari Torre a Mare, Napoli-Bari route from Apice to Orsara doubling section. SAGOV, fostering connectivity cooperation in South Adriatic area.
Well done as well to SAGOV project. And now the last project for this category, the We All Have Neighbor topic, that is TourisMed. It actually will tell us the story of a person who lived in inland Sicily, who then decided to move to a small town by the sea. Of course, this person opening a window of its new apartment and admiring the sea suddenly has a feeling they never experienced before. Every person may realize the sea is not accessible because of many illegal villas built on the beach. This is a common thing we share in the Mediterranean. and especially in the Adriatic Sea. On the beach, and of course, there is the will to try thinking how to enjoy that sea in another way. Here, a cross story with a local fisherman who has problems too, much bigger than those of someone who just would like to enjoy the sea like a tourist. The fisherman catches less and less fish and hardly gets a decent salary at the end of the month. Let us see now how this project made possible to find a solution for both of them and together. Let's play now the video number 3 from the Interreg Mediterranean program, TourismMed.
Το TourismMed είναι ένα πρόγραμμα στα πλαίσια του Interreg Mediterranean Project της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Στο TourismMed συμμετέχουν 6 μεσογειακές χώρες. Η Ελλάδα, η Γαλλία, η Ιταλία, η Αλβανία, η Ισπανία και η Κύπρος. Το πρόγραμμα έχει διάρκεια 2,5 χρόνια. Το πρόγραμμα έχει στόχο την αξιοποίηση μορφών εναλλακτικού τουρισμού με έμφαση στον αλλιευτικό τουρισμό. Σε όλες αυτές τις χώρες και ιδιαίτερα στην Ελλάδα, μέσω του προγράμματος διατηρείται η παραδοσιακή αλλιευτική κουλτούρα και προστατεύεται το θαλάσσιο οικοσύστημα. Σε συνεργασία με έμπειρους ψαράδες, αναπτύσσονται αλλιευτικές δραστηριότητες στις οποίες συμμετέχουν οι επισκέπτες τουρίστες. Οι τουρίστες, μέσα από αυτή τη μοναδική εμπειρία, έρχονται σε επαφή με την παραδοσιακή αλληλεία, τα θαλάσσια είδη, τους τρόπους ψαρέματος, τα παραδοσιακά σκάφη και τη ζωή του ψαρά. Η Ελλάδα είναι πρικισμένη με μοναδική θαλάσσια βιοποικιλότητα. Στις ελληνικές θάλασσες ζουν περισσότερα από 5.000 είδη ζώων και 1.000 είδη φυτών. Το πρόγραμμα θέτει τις βάσεις για μια βιώσιμη τουριστική ανάπτυξη, αξιοποιώντας το φυσικό, ιστορικό και πολιτισμικό πλούτο της περιοχής.
Well done as well to the TourismMed project. And now let's move to the next topic, youth. Youth, as big research, needs a lot of investment for our next generation. And of course, here, the first example for this category. From the Interreg IPA cross-border program, Croatia-Serbia, the XBIT project addresses the most common problems that young people encounter with IT technologies, as well as the insufficient opportunities to get acquainted with innovative technologies and devices in sparsely populated areas throughout the two countries. Of course, most youngsters are unable to develop innovative ideas due to the lack of support, knowledge, conditions, and necessary equipment. This is the reason why the XBIT project invests on them by creating better opportunity for youth by opening 3 new centers, Fab Labs, educational programs enabling children and people to experience the most modern technological equipment in the field of virtual reality, 3D printing, including drones for the first time. The joy and excitement of children's faces were indescribable. Let's play now video number 4 from the Interreg IPA Croatia-Serbia XBIT project.
Projekat Crossbit je možda najkompleksnija i najšira stvar koju smo ikad radili do sada. Pored toga što smo se vodili našim principom decentralizacije i odlaska u mesta koja nisu nužno pod reflektorom pažnje naše zajednice i drugih organizacija koje se bave razvojem ekosistema, imali smo i važnu komponentu međunarodne saradnje. I sad, makoliko da je nezahvalno ići u konkretne brojke i nabrajanja, čisto da vam damo primjer koliko je projekat bio širok. Imali smo desetine i desetine prezentacija, predavanja i drugih događaja za zajednicu. Imali smo desetine mentorskih sesija gde su iskusnije kolege prenosile znanja mladim ljudima. Imali smo veliki broj hakatona, imali smo desetine radionica, kurseve, škole za pokretanje startupa, imali smo konferencije i sve te stvari potpuno besplatne mladim ljudima koje smo želeli da pokrenemo, da usmerimo jednim pravcem inovacija kako za svet, tako i za sebe. Već sada mi znamo da se kroz ovaj program kreirao barem jedan fantastičan inovativni proizvod. Potpuno fantastična, opipljiva stvar koja je izašla iz ovog projekta je preko 2000 zaštitnih vizira koja se kroz ovaj projekat kreirala u prvim danima i najstrašnijim danima epidemije koronavirusa.
Tokom marta meseca, kada je krenula pandemija COVID-19, odjednom se pojavila potreba za ogromnom količinom zaštitnog materijala za medicinske radnike. Nekako je bilo jako bitno reagovati brzo i cijela zajednica koja se bavi inovativnim rešenjima je pokrenula akciju koja se zvala Vizionari. Kako smo mi kao organizacija imali opremu koja je dobijena kroz projekat Crossbit, tu prevashodno mislim na 3D štampače, odlučili smo se da aktivno uzmemo učešće u akciji izrade zaštitnih vizira i za tih nekih 3 do 4 meseca koliko je trajao najjači udar pandemije, uspeli smo da čak 2000 vizira spremimo.
Kroz ovaj projekat uspeli smo da nabavimo najsavremeniju tehnološku opremu iz oblasti VR-a, 3D printa i IoT-a i ona nam je omogućila da organizujemo sjajne programe i za decu i za mlade i ostale ciljne grupe. Kroz naše radionice i hakatone kreirano je mnoštvo rešenja iz oblasti 3D printa i VR-a. Jedna od meni najzanimljivijih aktivnosti u ovom projektu su bile svakako mobilne ture. Naše vozilo je išlo kroz 12 gradova u Srbiji i Hrvatskoj gde su deca i mladi iz tih gradova, znači u svojim gradovima mogli da iskuse kako to izgleda raditi na najsavremenijoj 3D print, IoT i VR opremi. I super mi je bilo kada je jedan dečak u Inđiji tokom te ture došao potpuno spreman na tu aktivnost. On je pročitao sve što je mogao od 3D štampi i neverovatan je osjećaj bilo to da smo mu omogućili da na licu mesta proba i da uz pomoć našeg tima kreira neke stvari na 3D printeru. Svi u timu koji smo učestvovali u realizaciji ovog projekta smo jako ponosni na sve rezultate koje smo postigli tokom implementacije. Ali ono na što smo posebno ponosni je to što smo uspeli da pokrenemo lokalne zajednice i na efekte koji sada primećujemo i na potencijal za razvoj inovacija.
Thank you very much. And now another project for this category. From the IPA CBC Serbia Bosnia Herzegovina program, the Museum Stories. Museum Stories focuses on cultural values by strengthening the cultural identity of Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina by supporting the work of museums in the cross-border area as guardians of historical and cultural heritage and tradition. Common culture and history need more visibility, and cooperation could help in increasing this and to strengthen museums' relevance in the cultural tourism market and for young generations as well. The great success of this project is the establishment of an informal museums network working on the digitalization and restoration of museums collections and make common history and values more accessible to everybody, as well as the common story of these museums. Let's play now video number 5, Museum Stories.
Projekat muzejske priče realizuje se u okviru instrumenta za predpristupnu pomoć IPA 2, programa prekogranične saradnje Srbija, Bosna i Hercegovina 2014-2020. Ukupna vrijednost ovog projekta iznosi 459.981 eur. Ugovor za sufinansiranje sredstvima Evropske unije potpisan je sa Ministarstvom financija Republike Srbije, sektorom za ugovaranje i finansiranje programa iz sredstava Evropske unije. Projekat realizuje grad Sarajevo kao lider projekta u partnerstvu sa Istorijskim muzejem Bosne i Hercegovine, Centrom za kulturu Vuk Karadžić iz Loznice i Zavodom za zaštitu spomenika kulture iz Kraljeva. Implementacija projekta je započela u januaru 2019. godine, a ukupno trajanje projekta je 18 mjeseci. Projekat doprinosi jačanju kapaciteta 11 muzeja, i to 6 u Bosni i Hercegovini i 5 muzeja iz Srbije.
Već sam naziv projekta muzejske priče za bosansko-hercegovačke muzeje ima veliki značaj i ulogu, jer stavlja u fokus muzeje i priče koje oni imaju ispričati. Svaki od muzeja je ponudio iz svojih fundusa i kolekcija ono što ima. To su priče, to su eksponati koji svedoče o različitim periodima prošlosti, o različitom kulturno-historijskom nasljeđu koji kada se sklope u jedan mozaik čini ukupnost kulturne baštine ovih prostora i na najbolji način reprezentuju Bosnu i Hercegovinu i Srbiju kao dvije susjedne države.
Ono što je jako bitno i na što smo ponosni jeste da putem novih alata, digitalizacije i uopšte svih tih novih trendova koji se koriste u poslovanju, probamo da na neki novi način povećamo vidljivost naših institucija kulture u prekograničnom području. 11 institucija, ustanova kulture sa obe strane granice, svoju vidljivost povećavaju tako što svakodnevnim objavama na društvenim mrežama ulazimo negde u domove naših sugrađana i pokušavamo da vidimo kako ta istorijska građa može da unapredi njihova znanja o istorijskim činjenicama.
Ovaj projekat ima velike koristi zato što su se najprije muzeji između sebe povezali. Upoznala su se kolege jedne sa drugima, upoznala jedne drugi sa svojim radom i onome što imaju ponuditi.
Osim zajedničkih izložbi koje ćemo sprovesti do kraja projekta, trudimo se da na svaki mogući način unapredimo i saradnju koja treba da bude kruna realizacije projekta muzejske priče.
Muzeji imaju tekako šta za ponuditi u svojim kolekcijama, u onome što svakodnevno rade. Prilika da kroz projekat muzejske priče ispričaju ono što imaju, pokažu što imaju, rade na unapređenju svojih kolekcija, nabavkom opreme, pojačavanjem kapaciteta, infrastrukture. Njihov glas u zajednici postaje vidljiviji, a mislim da je jako važno da se glas muzeja čuje.
Nakon završetka projekta, naši muzeji će imati bolju održivost, veće tehničke kapacitete za svoj budući rad kroz nabavljenu opremu, restaurirani prostor, digitalizirane muzejske zbirke, izrađene promotivne video uretke i kataloge, kao i muzejske radnike koji će biti osposobljeni za nove metode rada. Moderni, kapacitirani i promovirani muzeji i ustanove kulture u Bosni i Hercegovini i Srbiji će na ovaj način povratiti svoje zasluženo mjesto u društvu, kao čuvari nasljeđa jedne države, mjesto susreta generacija koji u muzejima uče da vole domovinu, kulturu, znanje, ali i jedni drugi.
Thanks a lot also to the Museum Stories project. And now it's time to move to the third topic of this 30th anniversary of Interreg. Of course, if you're interested in more examples of successful projects in Europe, you can find them actually on the interreg.eu website, where you can find, for example, projects dedicated to specific people, supporting and helping upcoming and overpassing difficulty, for example, the Cross the Gap project from the Italy-Greece program. And now, for example, let's continue with the EUSAIR. Let's move again to transnational dimension. From the Interreg Adrian, EUSAIR opens to improve innovation and investment in the green field, related to the smart specialization in the Adriatic and Ionian region, especially energy and environment, agrobioeconomy, transport and mobility. An open and necessary cooperation within now, this project created an open innovation system for the whole regional area, the EUSAIR, competitive and attractive at macro-regional level by matching the needs and opportunities for innovation within the knowledge, specialization, and resources of the territory, offering specialized services and infrastructures. Let's now give the floor to the EUSAIR Interreg Adrian. Let's play video number 6.
Started in 2018, the EUSAIR project established the open innovation system of the Adriatic-Ionian region, with several key benefits for the whole innovation ecosystem. By means of the network of transnational innovation players, EUSAIR achieved definition of the first pilot macro-regional S3 for Adriatic-Ionian region, defining key macro-regional development trajectories in most promising sectors. Setup of the Innovator platform, for the exchange knowledge, technologies and innovation opportunities. Organization of proof of concept call, and provision of 10 innovation vouchers to support the best trans-regional research-driven innovation projects. Delivery of over 150 free-of-charge innovation services to businesses. Under the POC call, 10 innovative projects developed jointly by research institutes and SMEs were selected to be funded with 18.500 euros vouchers.
Biopesticides showed many advantages towards chemical pesticide in terms of sustainability, mode of action and lower toxicity, as well as lower price of the production. The control of plant diseases, which are responsible for the loss of at least 10% of globally produced food, is very important to maintain the quality and the productivity of the food in the entire world. So, in that reason, we co-developed formulation and the products which can be used in sustainable agriculture in the future.
The POC call pushed research-based innovation in SMEs. About 100 research results were collected from research institutions and 65 projects proposals were applied.
This project is a collaboration between company Flexido and Tecos. We developed the injection mold and robotic cell and our peripheral units to supply the inserted parts to the robot. These parts have to be inserted at the constant accuracy and angle, so there is no damage on the inserted parts, and we have no material flow on the molded parts, so we have a constant process and big energy efficiency because the robot is inserting the parts, but we still have to manage the preheating of the molded parts.
Confirming the international scope of the initiative, 5 out of 10 awarded projects were submitted by transnational partners.
The challenge we are trying to address within this project is developing a tool for designing by a computer a peptide, a small peptides that can then be used as a sensing unit in a sensor for recognizing a specific molecular target. So this is where the collaboration with our industrial partner is essential. Indeed, in collaboration with them, we already developed a sensor based on our peptides capable of recognizing drugs, which can then be used in a drug monitoring device. Currently, we are working in collaboration with them to the development of another peptide that can be used for detecting the presence of pollutants in olive oil.
The EUSAIR network has a flexible design and it's always open to the new innovation stakeholders of the innovation ecosystem in the Adriatic-Ionian region to join. Share the innovative technologies, exploit a sea of smart ideas with the EUSAIR network.
Wonderful, EUSAIR. And now let's move to the core of the Green Connections topic of the Interreg 30 anniversary. Let's now talk about a project called Interreg Bike 2, financed under the Interreg Italy-Slovenia cross-border program, who actually has tested new multimodal services, offering cross-border transport of bicycles by bus and boats along the Adria bike waterways in the Venetian Lagoon. Already in 2018, a cross-border bus line for bike transport was introduced, connecting Koper with Trieste, Monfalcone, and Grado, with a connection with Alpe Adria Salzburg Grado cycling route. Hence, investment for e-mobility are now promoted by setting up of e-charging stations in several municipalities. A second important pillar of the project is now the incentive of sustainable mobility, traffic planning, and green tourism by introducing regular cross-border public transport lines for buses and services, likewise the new web platform bikealpeadria.eu, presenting long-distance and local cycling connections of cross-border area cycling destinations. It's now my pleasure to introduce, to play the video number 7, the Interbike Interreg Italy-Slovenia.
Pri projektu Interbike smo oblikovali nov kolesarski turistični produkt. Gre za kolesarsko povezavo med Kranjsko goro in Raveno, poimenovali pa smo jo Adria Bike.
V sklopu projekta je bila izdelana spletna platforma s kolesarskimi potmi zahodne Slovenije, s katero smo kapitalizirali dosedanje kolesarske projekte z programa sodelovanja Interreg Italija-Slovenija.
Osnovna ideja te nove nastale aplikacije je, da na dober, intuitiven način lahko ponudimo kvalitetne prostorske podatke. Predvsem v smislu, da so ti podatki uporabni obiskovalcem, ki se podajo v naravo na aktivno preživljanje prostega časa s kolesom ali peš in se lahko ob tem zelo hitro in dobro informirajo, kaj bojo na poti doživeli, kaj bojo videli, pa tudi o povsem tehničnih parametrih teh poti, kako je pot dolga, zahtevna, po kakšni podlagi bodo vozili in podobno.
Spletna platforma je zelo preprosta za uporabo in prijazna za uporabnika. Pot si lahko izberemo glede na dolžino, težavnost in tip aktivnosti in tako dobimo tisto, kar si zares želimo.
We're not dreaming with some Olympic spirit in the Olympic year, we hope. Let's cross fingers for that. And now, last but not least, another pillar of this Green Connections topic, the COP-MDD project from the Interreg Danube Transnational Program, the Mura-Drava and Danube rivers from a valuable free-flowing river corridor spanning 700 kilometers across Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, and Serbia. This is the Amazon of Europe, a truly European treasure that hosts amazing biological diversity, hotspots of rare species and natural habitats, such as large foodplain, forests, river islands, gravel, and sandbanks. Rivers don't know national borders, as their waters flow and transport sediments cross borders. Animals cross national boundaries lines on their search for food every day, and people living along these rivers feel the up and downstream developments. Throughout this project, a living cooperation materialized in the harmonization of protected areas management by developing a common management program for the future 5-country UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, Mura-Drava Danube. that aims at improving the biodiversity with the area river corridor by restoration of natural river dynamics and conducting a set of scientific studies as a basis for science-based restoration measures for the future reserves. It's my pleasure to leave you now with the video number 8, the COP Mura, Drava and Danube.
In the heart of Europe, 3 magnificent rivers create one of the great wetlands of the world. Surrounded by ancient forests and fertile meadows, these rivers support natural dynamics and enormous biodiversity, one of the last remaining hotspots in Europe. True Amazon of Europe. Because of this, several biosphere reserves were declared on the Mura, Drava and the Danube. Hopefully, this entire area will soon become the world's first 5-country biosphere reserve. To protect this natural treasure, 11 partners from Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary and Serbia joined in the Co-op MDD project. With a goal of supporting the future 5-country biosphere reserve, we developed guidelines for the management of this area, established a network of river schools and created a trans-boundary action plan. Supporting the involvement of local communities in the region, together we have laid a solid foundation on which the long-term goal of protecting the Amazon of Europe is built. The Amazon of Europe is part of our shared heritage, to be enjoyed by current and future generations.
On behalf of the whole Interreg community, it was my pleasure to introduce 8 stunning pieces of cooperation. I wish you now a wonderful and fruitful cooperation for the future, for the next 30 years to come. See you soon and have a wonderful discussions in the EUSAIR 5 forum this year.
Mr. Magazzo, thank you very much for all this time and all these informations. Now we reach the time for the special session, almost the last, the impact of COVID-19 on transport and mobility in the Adriatic Ionian region. That's the name of our next session. Mirjana Jovanovic, moderator of this session, and her colleagues and experts for this topic will talk about current impacts, views and perspectives for the future. Before they started, I have to say hello to all of you. I have to announce also the networking time after this session and to invite you to see you tomorrow also. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
I guess we could start now. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. You can start just whenever you want.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon once again. My name is Mirjana Jovanovic. I am a civil servant at the Ministry of Construction, Transport and Infrastructure of the Republic of Serbia and one of 3 pillar coordinators of the Pillar 2 Connecting Region Transport Subgroup. Today I have the honor to be the moderator and on behalf of my dear fellow coordinators, Ms. Jasminka Kirkova and Mr. Pierluigi Coppola, I'm pleased to wish you warm welcome to our session dedicated to the impact of COVID-19 on transport and mobility in the Adriatic Ionian region. As we have been practicing virtual meetings for almost a year, and it slowly became a new normal way to organize meetings and events, I wish you also, all of you, a good internet connection, and also would like to use this opportunity at the beginning to invite you to take part in our discussion, which is foreseen for after all presentations are finished, by sending your questions in the live discussion box. I'd be glad to read all of your questions for our speakers. The emergency from COVID-19 and the city's lockdown, as we all may have experienced, have had a strong impact on transport and mobility sector. Travel demand in particular registered an unprecedented overall contraction with some relevant differences by sector and segment. Passenger transport has dramatically dropped down to less 90 to 95% in case of medium and intercity transport, while on the other hand, freight transport, though declining, has maintained levels close to the pre-crisis ones, mostly due to an increase in urban deliveries and food and pharmaceutical freight distribution. In some cases, the pandemic has been a stimulus for new transport solutions and for improving the performances of the existing transport supply. However, the future is uncertain about when the pre-crisis demand levels would be resumed and in terms of what could be the impact on transport supply investments, operators' travel behavior. The discussion of our session today has in focus how the pandemic has affected transport and mobility in the Adriatic-Ionian region and what perspective can be envisaged for the future. Our distinguished speakers will give us more insight in the current situation and actual developments in the transport sector, impact of COVID-19 on transport and mobility in the Adriatic-Ionian region, lessons learned, and a possible way forward. Now, having said that, I would like to give the floor to our first presenter, Mr. Alain Baron from DG Move, European Commission. In his presentation, lessons learned and future challenges to overcome the pandemic in the Adriatic-Ionian region, Mr. Baron will focus on what areas of transport sector in the Adriatic-Ionian region are the most affected, the consequences for mobility, and how the EU can help or what EU can recommend for the future. Mr. Baron, please take the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you very much, Mrs. Jovanovic, for your introduction. I think that this is well setting the scene of this discussion. I have a presentation and I will try immediately to share that presentation with you in order to ensure that you can follow that. Just one second. Can you see my presentation now?
Not yet.
Not yet. I could share presentation. Normally you should see that. Okay, I send the presentation to the colleagues in Belgrade. Maybe they can put that on, or is it possible? Or because I think that my presentation is quite important in the way I will explain the situation, and I don't want that we lose too much time. From this reason, is there a possibility that let me check one second? Here it is okay for you?
Yeah, now it's okay. Now we can see.
Okay, sorry for that. I will just start by saying that I would definitely prefer to speak about post-COVID and not only COVID. I think that the current situation is still quite critical in terms of transport, and the months to come and the years to come might not be very easy for our sector. So let me now explain a bit the way I see the situation and what could be also the response that could be given at regional level, in particular by EUSAIR. As you all know, the sanitary crisis is turning into an economic one, and in this economic crisis, transport is among the most affected sector. Traffic trends are rather similar in EU member states and Western Balkans. There is a sharp decrease in long-distance air, but also rail transport. Just to give you an example, at this stage, the traffic in Europe with the main international trains, if I take the example of the Thalys connecting Brussels to Paris and Amsterdam, the current traffic is 5% of the normal capacity, 5%. So you have a sharp decrease in the traffic, In air transport, yesterday, to give you another example, Brussels airport registered 2,000 passengers instead of 66,000 the same day last year. So you see how sharp is the crisis and how deep transport will be affected. At the same time, this is mainly for passenger. As you also rightly pointed out, the reduction of internal demand for freight only marginally affected this sector. A bit more rail freight, while road transport has kept almost the same volumes. In addition to that, as you well know, EU member states and Western Balkan have been, during the first months of the pandemic, and still are, and I would say even more, affected by traffic restrictions. So this is definitely, I would say, an ongoing situation that will have a further impact on transport. And last but not least, and this is important and not often very much put in light, transport companies are facing several financing problems. We are having a reduction in traffic these days, but maybe tomorrow, when the pandemic will be over, we will have a reduction in the transport offer due to a reduced number of transport companies still on the market. And this is certainly something that we should think about at EU level, but certainly also at regional level, and in particular in the Adriatic Ionian region. What is important in my view is clearly that we should learn from the COVID-19 crisis. This is really essential. We made certainly some mistakes at the beginning of the crisis. We should not repeat that mistakes if the crisis continues for a certain number of months, and we should definitely start preparing the future. What is important to underline, and I think that's in my view the first lesson that we should learn, is that beyond the drop of passenger transport, the pandemic mainly highlighted the weaknesses of the Adriatic Ionian transport system. There are three aspects which are extremely relevant and which are really well illustrated in the situation that took place in the first months of 2020. The region relies too much on road transport. Border crossings suffer from lack of coordination between EU member states and non-EU one, and cross-border infrastructure remain suboptimal. These three aspects have generated a lot of congestion at the border with, I would say, potentially very problematic consequences for Western Balkan partners of the region. By chance, not with these very hard consequences, because in the end, this period of crisis did not last too much. But it really showed the need to restructure these aspects and to ensure that in the future, the question of cross-border will be much better tackled, not only within the Western Balkan region, but between the Western Balkan partners and the EU member states. The green line that were set up last year are only a temporary solution. The improvement of the EU-Western Balkan connectivity is definitely the main objective, and I'm sure that Mr. Zakonsek, that is going to speak after me, will have an interesting solution to offer in this area. Now, obviously, if we learn from the COVID-19, we should not then make the same mistakes. I just put a Latin sentence that you all know. It's clearly something that we should meditate in the future in order to ensure that we, after this crisis, will get a stronger transport system and not a weaker one. As we said, the pandemic effect on transport demand and transport offer are quite significant. And this forces us to react with short-term and urgent solutions. It also should lead us to review our transport infrastructure plan, and in particular on short-term investment priorities. We cannot, and this is a very important message I would like to pass, which is valid for EU member states, but also for non-EU member states. We cannot continue to think that our planning, our infrastructure planning that was set up before the crisis will remain the same after this crisis. It will take a certain time to recover in terms of traffic, and maybe, and this is more important, some priority should have shifted from one priority to another one. We think that at the EU level, it's very important to focus on the efficiency of the infrastructure and maybe less on volumes. I'm currently working on the recovery and resilience plan of the EU member states, and I'm really astonished to see that in some of the draft proposals that we receive, we have still big projects of increase of capacity in airports, increase of capacity in terminals, increase of capacity in highways that are not really, let's say, structuring the trans-European transport network. I do not want to be misunderstood. I'm not saying that we should totally review and abandon our project. I think that now time has come to have an in-depth and I would say a qualitative assessment of what we need to build, what we want to build for the future in terms of transport infrastructure connectivity. And above all, my last point regarding the COVID, and I will stop speaking about COVID because I think it's something that we should consider just one step, and we should immediately look at the next step. What the crisis will learn and will, in my view, motivate us to do is to speed up the transformation of the transport system at the EU level and obviously the transport system of the Adriatic Ionian region. This is a very important aspect, and it goes much beyond the simple consequences of the crisis. As you certainly know, recently, a month and a half ago, at the beginning of December, the Commission has adopted a strategy for sustainable and smart mobility. This is the response of the Commission to the Green Deal that calls for a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from transport by 2050, and also a first element to help the EU to become the first climate neutral continent. As we know, we've been, as transport experts, we know that transport is amongst the main sectors which have been affected by the COVID pandemic, and we definitely need to improve the transport system, the EU transport system, in order that it can quickly recover from the severe impact of the crisis. We need, therefore, to set out much more reforms, stronger policies, and actions to support the sector. Now, I think that's a very important question that we should, in this context, address to ourselves. Will transport of tomorrow be the same as the transport of yesterday? Through this proposal from the Commission, through this new strategy, our goal is to put European transport on track for the future. Our vision for the future of European transport and mobility is to make it more sustainable, smart, resilient, through 10 flagship areas with key milestones and an action plan with a list of concrete policy actions. So the message that I want to pass is that clearly post-COVID transport will deeply differ from the transport of yesterday, not only because of COVID, but because of the imperious need of the overarching objective to cope with the Green Deal objectives and to reduce our CO2 emission and to make transport more sustainable. And this is what the EU has started, and since half of the Adriatic Ionian partner are EU member states, they are already involved in that, and it's clearly some messages that I also want to pass to our friends from Western Balkans. You cannot ignore that new policy setting. It's important that you start already now to look at the way you can cope with these new challenges. If you are not doing that, the gap that exists, unfortunately, between EU member states and Western Balkans, which is quite already big now, will be even bigger in 10 years' time. So my message is clearly to say, COVID or not COVID, transport has to change in the future. Now, let me conclude by just trying to give a few hints on what EUSAIR can do in order to support this transition. I think that you have a very important role to promote the solutions of the future and not the project of the past. Not only large-scale infrastructure, but smart projects, small-scale projects that can provide a quick added value. We all call that quick wins, and you know very well what does that mean and what is the impact of these quick wins for the region. I think you have a very important role to ensure the connection and complementarity between the large-scale projects that are decided in the framework, for instance, of the TEN-T or the extended TEN-T to Western Balkans, and the project and action within the region, the smaller scale actions. You also have a role, and which is something that has not been discussed so far, but I believe it's very important, to monitor the potential needs gaps at regional level in order to support the development of common solutions. And I put that in the perspective of the revision of the TEN-T regulation that you know will take place in this year and will be addressed to the Council, the EU Council, in the autumn 2021. And that's a very important aspect I hope we will have the opportunity to discuss further on. And last but not least, I recommend, and I did that already in the past, to focus on smart and innovative transport solution, which should be at the service of citizen and business. Really important to look at transport as a solution, a response to the needs of citizen and business, and not only as the way to just satisfy some needs for the industry in terms of big infrastructure. I think all transport projects shall clearly respond to needs for citizens and businesses, and EUSAIR in its, let's say, vision of the future transport for the region shall definitely look to that area. So I will stop here by just reminding the fact that it's very important that during this period we show our solidarity between EU member states and Western Balkan partners. I strongly believe that if we are united to cope with this crisis, we will be stronger after it ends, and we will definitely build stronger ties for a future transport system that will definitely offer better conditions for all our citizens, being EU member states or from EU member states or not from EU member states. Thank you very much. I just put last point. If you want to have more information regarding the strategy, you can find the strategy. I'm fully available to explain to you more in detail what it is about, and I can share some presentation of that if you need as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your very concrete and well, positive, I would say, presentation. Thank you very much for taking stock of the period that we have behind us. Lessons learned and mistake that we have made, pointing out what is important to learn from that and the next step. Especially that you mentioned in the end what would be the role of the participants in the Adriatic Ionian strategy. As for the Western Balkan partners, I'm sure that your message is taken very well. And to support it, I think that the presentation of our next speaker, Mr. Zakonjek, who will tell us more about the activities of the transport community and the latest development in Western Balkan, will give us more insight in what is going on there. So, Mr. Zakonjek, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mirjana. Nice to see you. Hello to everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the floor and, of course, inviting me to this important conference. I would like to explain a little bit more in details what we are doing, continuing of what Mr. Baron mentioned regarding the green lanes, and specifically, of course, how do we see the future? So what comes next? And I think that this is really the important question for today. So. First of all, as it was mentioned in the Western Balkans during the first wave of the COVID-19 pandemic in March last year, we at Transport Community, together with our colleagues in CEFTA, reacted very quickly and together with our regional partners and European Commission established this concept of green lanes. It basically prioritized the essential goods, such as medical equipment, to pass our borders unobstructed and, of course, as fast as possible. And I have to say that when the restrictions at the borders came up all around the world, thanks to the concept of green lanes, during the pandemic, there was no shortage of essential goods in the region. And this is, I think, something that really shows is a really successful example of the regional cooperation, which of course it managed to preserve the trade flows and of course not having only the economic benefit, but also a very effective way of the fight against the pandemic. So it really proves that when the region works together and when there is a very clear determination, the things can move very quickly and the effects are felt on the ground in a matter of days. So here, in the line with the joint proposal of CEFTA and transport community to facilitate the transport and trade of goods, we have put together several actions as well as, of course, the implementation. And what was the heart of it? The heart of the green lanes was that we will have, or that we are having the green corridors which are functioning across the region so that there are no major interruptions at identified restricted number of the border crossing points so that services can be available 24/7. Secondly, there was a list of goods of first necessity where they have a priority passage on the green lanes, and that has been also agreed. So we started with the medical products and basic food and the feed products and so on, as well as the custom and inspection procedures that were applied were for every documentation needed. All this was synchronized. Third, we need to make sure that electronic exchanges of the pre-arrival information has been established throughout the so-called System of Electronic Exchange of Data, or SEED, for all goods of this first necessity that I mentioned before. And the last, there was a convoy regime which affected the accessibility of the travel time has been lifted. So all this made the green lanes very successful within the Western Balkans. However, even though at the EU-Western Balkan border the situation is kept well under control for the most part, we have also figured out very quickly that the biggest delays and the biggest, let's say, the biggest waiting times at the borders are happening on the border crossings between Western Balkan regional partners and the neighboring EU member states. And this is where the most of our attention is now given. So in order to address this, we are capitalizing on the good results of this first stage of green lanes, and we are now expanding as well as extending the green lane concept. They need to continue to serve the economy and the fluidity at the borders during the pandemic, and as was mentioned by Mr. Baron, specifically beyond that. They need to be readjusted in order to stay forever green, and meaning that they should also be seen as a tool to facilitate trade across the region and along the entire transport network. This will bring the positive benefits for businesses established both in the EU as well as within the region. So the first idea is to expand the green lanes within the region, to apply it also for the perishable goods, fruits and vegetables, live animals, as well as trustworthy economic operators who will then have the priority treatment, as well as to expand it to other border crossing points in addition to the one which are currently in operation. Secondly, which we are working this at the moment, is to extend the green lanes concept to the EU member states, so that the two concepts, one intra-EU and one, let's say, within the Western Balkans, meet and they share the border crossing points and certain goods that are also prioritized on those border crossings. We have already drafted together with CEFTA a joint roadmap, which is being now discussed with all relevant authorities, as well as with neighboring countries such as Croatia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and Greece. We had 3 meetings on this already, where we already agreed on the list of the border crossings on which this will be applied. We agreed on the list of the priority goods, starting with the medical equipment, as well as the essential, let's say, all the tools necessary to fight the pandemic. And now we are in the process of agreeing of what kind of exchange of information is needed for this to become reality. This work is really going very fast, and I hope that by the next meeting, which is scheduled for the 5th of February, we can basically say that the EU Western Balkan green lanes are now functioning. But again, I very much agree with what Alain mentioned just before. Our overall priority is to really have the durable, systematic solution that go beyond green lanes. It has been many times reiterated that to foster the connectivity between the partners, we really need to have more coordinated proceeding, updated border crossing infrastructure and IT equipment. And because of that, together with the all Western Balkans regional partners, we have put together the Regional Action Plan for Transport Facilitation, which was adopted in October this year. And this action plan tells everybody what needs to happen, when and by when, in order to really minimize the waiting times at the borders. And I think this is the key. So everything that I mentioned is geared toward a better functioning and greater sustainability, and as well as a reliability of the overall logistic chain, as well as minimizing the waiting time for everybody. More concretely, all actions that I just mentioned are built on the frictionless traffic and the border crossing operation through the establishing of the models of the one-stop control at the border crossing points and of course, for that, we need a bilateral agreement between different stakeholders. So one-stop approach, or one-stop shop, as it's sometimes called, it's really the best way forward. We have the example of this functioning already in the Western Balkans between North Macedonia and Serbia, but we should make sure that this is functioning everywhere, including the EU member states. Now, just for the end, allow me just to have two quick comments on Mr. Baron's intervention. Indeed, the COVID or not COVID transport will need to change. And in the EU, and even more, of course, in the Western Balkans. And I do predict that in coming years, the stress will shift from investments in roads to specifically, and I really truly hope so, investment in rail. And of course, we need much more systematic approach to transport where investments as well as reforms walk hand in hand. Otherwise, we won't be able to capitalize on investments and the transport overall won't progress. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Zakončak. It was a presentation, very substantial, very nice, and certainly one of the good examples how the emergency situation can be managed. I congratulate the transport community and especially the Secretariat for everything that they have done so far, but also for the plan for the future and really active approach when the transport community and their priorities are in question. So thank you once again. And now I would like to give the floor our next speaker, which is Mr. Ljubiša Mihajlović, the Managing Director of the Inland Waterway Directorate in Serbia. In his presentation, he will make us more familiar with the situation of inland waterway transport on TEN-T core network corridor and in its importance for the EUSAIR region and impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Ljubiša, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor, Mirjana. It's a great pleasure to being here with us, with you today. Just 1 second, let me enlarge the presentation.
It's okay, we can see.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, thanks for the floor. And as you can probably guess, since I'm coming from the waterway administration on the Danube, I will tell you something about our experience on the waterway maintenance and things that we do, particularly in our inland waterway community from the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis. As you can probably guess, we are closely related to the implementation of another EU strategy That's a Danube strategy for the Danube region, but also for Serbia as a landlocked country, transport in terms of the implementation of the Adriatic Ionian is crucial from the aspect of connecting the hinterland with the sea. The idea of this short presentation was to just tell you just how close the river basin, the Danube River Basin is, and how are we close related to this basin. It is one of the largest basins in the world. It's the second in the Europe after the Volga Basin. It covers 10% of the territory of continental Europe. It has 80 million people around it, and it covers parts of the 19 countries. The Danube River is the backbone of the basin and is also downstream part of the Rhine-Danube TEN-T corridor connecting North and Black Sea. And in the south, lean on the catchments of the rivers flowing into the Adriatic Sea and Aegean Sea. Although the inland waterway transport is more developed on the Rhine River, the 40 million tons of cargo and goods which are annually transported on the Danube are closely connected with the everyday life of the people in this part of Europe. Well, waterway maintenance is the main activity of the waterway administration in countries along the Danube. Each riparian country has one waterway administration with more or less similar responsibilities. The key role of waterway administration is to provide, as we say, GNS or good navigation status. The typical activities for providing that are listed here. Availability of river information services 24/7 and enable updating electronic navigation charts for download. Also, waterway marking is significantly important, so the system has to be up to date according to the river chart and river waterway levels. Also, permanent hydrographic measurements with one equipment or another, but with the same aim to track the changes of the morphology of the riverbed. And also providing latest info about the fairway conditions. Dredging works are one of the activities which is mostly needed in the shallow sector of the river, and the locking operations are also part of the jurisdictions of the waterway administration, most of the waterway administration, but not all. And of course, each waterway administration today have some kind of ongoing infrastructural projects which has to go as smooth as possible. So these are the typical activities, and were they reduced or even disabled during the pandemic? Well, our biggest concern and even fear was the potential infection of the crew members on vessels which are vital for provision of services to waterway users. Lucky or something else, but our experience and also experience of other companies in Serbia is that working ships with permanent crew members are rather safe places, and crew members were rarely or never infected by the coronavirus. Anyway, under condition that the prescribed measures are followed. With good internal organization of daily obligation and relatively favorable hydrographical conditions, all existing grease services, electronic navigation built-in, as well the waterway marking system, including new buoys and signal labs called ATOS, recently implemented on the Danube, function without interruption during pandemic. All planned hydrographic measurements for 2020, together with hydrographic and dredging works, were completed as well. In addition, it is worth mentioning something that has been already mentioned here. It is the output of the David project. So we have a David forms. This is the replacement of the existing forms in order to reduce cross-border control. So typical forms, departure form, list of passengers, crew members, and everything else is harmonized. So the usage of David forms is introduced in the Hungary, Serbia, and Croatia at the very beginning of pandemic, at end of February, beginning of March. The second step would be to digitalize this form. This will be finalized under the RISCOMEX project, which is the ongoing one. And after that, we will have the something which is COVID-free, so the crew members won't spend time with the officers, and they will not get in contact with the officers, so everything will be automated at the cross-boarding level. And of course, the crew members can save time and concentrate on their actual job, not on border formalities. I wanted to show you something interesting. This is some kind of engineering approach, but the conclusion might be interesting for you. Hydrological data, annual hydrological data, is very important for understanding the general conditions for safe navigation on the waterway. For that reason, hydrological conditions before and during the pandemic are simplified through this example of annual water levels at Bezdan gauging station. This is near the border of Hungary and Serbia. This gauging station is in Serbia. So on the left side, water levels during 2019 and water levels during 2020. And in general, when the water level reaches a level below the low navigation level, it is considered that the navigation conditions are not favorable and the transport of cargo is economically unjustified, unprofitable. In the average hydrologic year, the number of days with water level below low navigation level is from 15 to 20. In 2019, there were 30 days, while during the year with the pandemic 2020, there were none, there were 0. In addition, the periods when water levels approached this limit were quite short. Basically, after this short analyze, we can say that hydrological conditions during the pandemic were better than the average, even very good. We have avoided overlapping of negative influences. This is most probably one of the reasons why freight statistics on Danube is not so discouraging. One of the many ways to show the trend of transport on inland waterways is throughout the volumes of cargo handling to the ports. That's why I chose this type of table. And cargo handling in the Danube ports in the first 9 months of 2020 is shown in thousands of tons for the first 9 months. So first 3 quarters in 2019, first 3 quarters in 2020, according to the market observation of Danube shipping result of the first 9 months of 2020. At the moment, since we are at the end of January, we don't have precise and collected data for 2020, but from from the existing one, we can see that the data in the last column varies from country to country, from port to port, and do not have a clear common trend. Each percentage in the table has its own background, which refers to the demand for a certain type of goods in a specific period of time, so that can be further explained. One of the conclusions might be that although there is an evident lack of demand for certain type of goods due to partial suspension of the production, favorable hydrological conditions seem to have made the data not as discouraging as expected in the first glance. When the COVID-19 pandemic emerged, it quickly became clear that the pandemic was not only the health crisis. It affected many aspects of life, including river cruise market, passenger transport and tourism on the Danube has literally come to a standstill. A large number of crew members who switched from freight to transport to passenger transport found themselves in trouble due to a complete standstill caused by pandemic. This form of travel is seen as one of the most risky during a pandemic. Large passenger ships can quickly become a breeding ground for illness, as experts say, like the coronavirus. Since hundreds of passengers are within close distance for each other for extended period of time, diseases can spread much more quickly on cruise ship than other modes of transport. Market observation of Danish shipping. So the same source, results for the first 9 months of 2020 data, shows how fast this mode of transport has developed in the last 2 years and how much it has been affected by the pandemic after March 2020. It was not until June that individual cruises by cruise ships resumed both on the upper Danube and in direction to the Danube Delta, in compliance with the announced restrictions in the number of passengers. Passenger transport, which includes day trip boats in the most important ship tourism centers, took place occasionally. At the moment, Danish Commission statement regarding the new fresh start of passenger transport with cabin ships and other types of passenger transport cannot be made before March 2021. The impact of COVID-19 crisis will be probably felt in the years to come, including most certainly number of branches in the inland transport sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ljubiša. It was very interesting presentation, even though about the Danube and maybe more suitable for the Danube strategy, but of course it's very relevant also for the EUSAIR participants, because we, as you all may know, we have a lot of countries which are participants in both strategies and sharing the common challenges in transport. So thank you in particular for making very clear distinction about between the passenger and freight transport, and especially distinction between the technical condition for navigation and the shipping conditions, which are, I would say from your presentation, more affected by COVID-19. So I guess that there will be a lot of questions after our presentations, and in order to save time for that, I would now give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Andrea Mosconi from the Forum of Chambers of Commerce of the Adriatic-Ionian region, who will, in his presentation, tell us more about maritime traffic in the Adriatic-Ionian region during the pandemic. Mr. Mosconi, please take the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your invitation. I try to share my screen now. Share. Can you see the presentation now?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Perfect. Well, I try to give you an idea of what has happened about maritime traffic in the Adriatic and Ionian macro region last year, and talking about both the segments, the freight traffic and the passenger traffic. This is a report that we have done since a lot of years for the annual edition of the Forum of Chamber of Commerce of Adriatic and Ionian Sea, and we use only information coming from the different port authorities of the area. This is an analysis that we've done in January, so not all the port authorities were able to give us all the information. We can't include Zadar, Kotor and Corfu, but these are small ports, and all the information that we had can give us a serious and precise idea what has happened in our macro region. First of all, it's estimated that maritime transport handles 80% of world trade and 70% by value. And the United Nations Conference of Trade Development states that disrupted transport networks and supply chains can significantly undermine world trade and economic activities. So we had significant immediate challenges for the sector, and this sector has different reactions to this external shock, as was the pandemic last year. Nowadays, the central topic is the recovery of the sector, and it's really important to understand which are the drivers that determine the size of drop, and which could be the factor that could lead to a significant and rapid growth. So we try to analyze the data, also paying attention to the reason, the factors that made those strong variations. First of all, we talk about freight traffic. I try to give an idea of what has happened at an economic level in the macro region using the data coming from the International Monetary Fund, the outlook of October. Now we are waiting the next one. And there was the general collapse of national economies in 2020, 10.2% less compared to the previous year. Italy and Montenegro had a double-digit fall. We forecast says that we can expect a good growth in the next 2 years, more than 5%, but probably too moderate to lead to a complete recovery. Then I try to make a comparison among the GDP, the gross domestic product of all the macro region, weighted by the dimension of the country. So Italy is more important than the other, and is really influencing, and the trend in trade, maritime trade. And we can see that there is a direct correlation between GDP and trade flows, even if trade flows seem to swing with higher intensity. Then a really big drop in trade in the Adriatic and Ionian region last year. We can expect a good recovery in 2021. This is the general trend. Then as I told you, the last year was characterized by a fall of 13% compared to the previous year. We are so far from the peak of 2008, but we can see that even if in recent years the dimension of freight traffic in macro region has grown, we haven't ever reached the level of the peak in 2008. So it's not so brilliant. It wasn't so brilliant, the area, also before the pandemic shock. These are the main ports: Trieste, Venice, Ravenna, and Koper, that are the bigger player in the northern port can concentrate the biggest part of the traffic. All of them faced a double-digit drop in 2020. The only exception is Rijeka, who had a growth, but this is really an exception, because all the ports have had bad performances, and the worst were in the Italian and central and southern port, as Ancona, Taranto, and Brindisi. Maybe the new factor that is really important is the turnaround about container flows. For the first time since 10 years, container traffic didn't grow. The segment faced a decline of 4.1%. This is the third one in a long period of growth. Consider that in 2001, in all the Adriatic and Ionian macro-regional ports, the traffic of container was about 1 million TEUs. In 2019 was 3.4 million. So it's a segment that has been less damaged by the pandemic lockdown. And if we think about its perspective, we can be quite optimistic, and this could be the segment that will recover quickly, more quicker than the other. Also in this case, Koper, Trieste, and Venice, then the northern ports are the bigger player. Koper and Trieste reduced the damage of the critic year. Rijeka had good performances. It seems that bigger ports was stronger to react to the crisis and limited the loss of traffic. This figure make us understand that how Koper and Trieste are important in this segment, and the fact that for the first time Copper had a bad performance, even if not so bad as the other. The analysis of the passenger traffic segment is completely different. Here, economic factors are important, but there are also other factors, other drivers that lead to a really dramatic drop in traffic. 2020 was a year of made of only 2.1 million passengers, 79% less than the previous year, and 9 million less than the golden year that was 2011. But the segment was characterized by a modest performance since 2012. Then, and these modest performance were caused also by the presence of alternatives transportation modes, especially for tourists. Then the water transport was in competition with air transport. And this is a main driver that have characterized the macro region since almost 10 years. Here, I think that it's enough to take a look to these figures because all the Adriatic ports went down to less than 500,000 passengers. Venice and Bari were close to 2 million the year before. Considering only ferry passenger movements, the situation is a little bit better. The fall is 75% compared to 2011. And despite the emergency, the connection among Adriatic and Ionian ports have never been interrupted. And truck drivers use the ferries, Ro-Ro ferries, and also some tourists during the summer try to move using ferries. Completely different is the situation of the other segment of in tourist industry, cruises. Cruise market has been hit hardly during the pandemic emergency with financial and working impacts that is not easy to define, to quantify together, because the uncertainty will go on for months and months. These are the data made by CLIA, the association that represent all the cruise companies, the main cruise companies in the world. This is a market that has grown quickly during the years, reaching 30 million passengers in 2019. These passengers were reduced to 7 in 2020, and they could be, in an optimistic way of analyzing the situation, the double, 40 million in 2021, really far from the peak of 2019. In our macro region, cruises in 2020 didn't exist. We had less than 30,000 movements in the Adriatic port with really impressive effects in Venice, Dubrovnik, Kotor, and Corfu. And we have also to consider that this is a sector where companies have made, the biggest companies in the world have made hard and big investments last years to build new and bigger ships, considering that the growth could continue so far. Instead, this is...
Sorry to interrupt you. May I please ask you to shorten your presentation because we have only 10 minutes left.
Okay, I go to the remarks. The final remarks is that if the freight market is directly influenced by economic performance of the country, and then we can expect some brilliant results, especially in container segment since next year. About the tourist segment, there are a wider range of factors as movement restrictions, lockdown, alternative holidays choices, and alternative kind of travels. Then the future is really uncertain for the second segment of the maritime traffic in our macro region. So I finished here.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And once again, I apologize for asking you to shorten it, but we have really only a few minutes left. And I will then use this a few minutes for our last presenter, which is Mr. Siciliano. Are you with us?
Yes, hello, do you hear me?
So please take the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to all the organizers of this event for inviting me. Just let me introduce very briefly myself and my company. We work in the consultancy field. My team especially works within the transport economics sector and technical assistance to project investments. Today, do you see my screen? Do you all see my screen? I think so. Do you see my screen, Mirjana?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thanks. So we are going to show you some figures concerning the impact of the pandemic on the airports of the Adriatic-Ionian macro region. We all have been overwhelmed with data and charts and figures during this outbreak. Maybe too much, but it's important to look at the numbers. When we try to analyze such important events. We will see first an overview of the impact globally and in Europe on the air transport sector, and then focus more on the Adriatic-Ionian region, and then finally see some points concerning the outlook. I think this chart from ACI World is a very good recap of at a glance what shows what happened. We know that air transport has been a sector that is very resilient to crisis. There have been in the past 20 years very hard crises following demand shocks, but the bounce effect has always been there, and the growth, the return to a growth path for the air traffic sector was quite quick. But this time, I think this figure shows that it's a completely different story. The decline is unprecedented, and probably the recovery will take very much longer in terms of traffic, because this chart shows the passengers globally will be very much longer than in the past, because it's a completely different type of shock. In Europe, we see that in terms of total flights along the year 2020, which for a couple of months was almost a regular month, there have been 55% less flights than in 2009, with some variation, of course, with respect to different countries. We see the 5 main countries in Europe here, but anyway, the range between minus 54% to minus 61% for the hardest hit ones is still very, very huge decline. Economically, the 1.7 billion fewer passengers in a year for European aviation have generated losses for 56 billion euro combined for airlines, airports, and air navigation service providers. Let's have a look now at the Adriatic-Ionian region. I will first show the photograph of what it was like in 2019. Overall, it was a wealthy situation for air transport in the EUSAIR region. This chart shows in the horizontal axis the dimension of country markets, air transport country markets in terms of passengers, and in the vertical axis, their average growth rate, yearly growth rate in the past 4 years, or in the 4 years before 2019. So we see that while, of course, Italy and Greece are the biggest and more mature markets, almost all the other ones have very high growth rates, almost all in double figures. Some of them also higher than 14%. We see North Macedonia and Bosnia and Herzegovina have an average yearly growth rate of more than 14%, have had until 2019. And this chart shows a selection of airports for the countries of the macro region, namely in the first column, the biggest airport in each country, and in the second column, the fastest growing airport in the country, as long as it is above, we have made a threshold of 25,000 passengers, because of course we know that the smaller the airport, the higher it is, the easier it is to achieve big growth rates. And also in Italy, it has to be underlined that Milan Malpensa is the biggest airport among the EUSAIR regions, not in all of Italy. But again, we see that there were very good growth rates, almost all in double figures. What happened then is this. This happened. This is the comparison of the traffic in April 19 with April 20. And this is, of course, when everything was shut down, basically. Most of countries had total lockdowns, and so everything basically disappeared. The year for the total of the Adriatic Ionian region in terms of passengers was minus 98%. What happened in summer? So we look at the month of July. There was a slight reopening, and the recovery, a slight recovery started, but still very, very high decline rates. I will go fast and see that October, these are the last data that are available. October was a month where the second wave was upcoming, but the data still showed some recovery, some higher recovery than in the summer. Another variable to measure the impact is yield, that is the revenues of airlines per passenger kilometers. Here, in this chart, we have used an index. So every country's market, the unit revenue of April 2009 is set at 100. And so we can see what happened to them in the following months. And we see the huge decline also for yields in April 2000 and the path to recovery. We will see with the new data what happened with the second wave. Another variable to look at is the number of airlines operating in the airports. And here I've made a selection of the most important airports in the region. And we again see that for April, the year-on-year change between April 2020 and April 2019 was dramatic, minus 61% in total in the macro region, with of course again some variation in terms of percentage decline when you look at individual airports. We have to say here, this is the summer, this is the autumn, but we have to say here that in terms of airlines, the hit ones were probably the low costs. I mean, they were really the ones that most received the impact, but also the ones that most quickly started the recovery, compared to the legacy traditional carriers. Whereas the all cargo carriers, of course, were hardly hit, because we know that freight transport, rightly so, to go on. Another variable we can look at is the network of destinations, which is very important because it tells us how much airports are connected to the world. So the number of destinations in April 2020 versus April 29 declined by 59% when we look at the macro region in total, but individually for the single airport the declines were much harder than the total, of course, because they share destinations in many cases. And we see here that in July the recovery set a decline of minus 23%, which is then goes worse, a bit worse in October 2020, minus 28%, but this is probably due to the fact that to the seasonality, because in July usually most airports in the summer they add destination to their normal networks. So this very quickly I went through some of the to show the extent of the crisis, because for air traffic it was particularly hard. I would say definitely more than other transport sector, but just because by its nature international, as a international vocation, let's say, and therefore when lockdowns were most severe and also earlier were between the countries rather than inside them. So what is the outlook? Eurocontrol gives us a few hints. They have made a number of scenarios for which are basically depending on how fast and how effective the supply chain of vaccines will be. And the most optimistic forecasts see the European traffic go back to pre-crisis figures in 2024. This means years for recovery, which is a very long time. One thing to say is that while during the crisis most of the aid, the public aid, was given to airlines, the entire value chain of air transport needs support, because airports have on average 95% of their revenues is directly connected to traffic, because even the commercial routes from commercial activities of course depends on the passengers going through them. It is important to, in this mean, continue to invest. Of course, this is always a very good principle and long-sighted principle to invest in innovation even in hard times. Also invest in technologies for addressing the biggest challenge for the aviation sector, for the policymakers as well, which is the decarbonization of air transport. So we have this window of opportunity of 4 years for recovery, and to make step changes in that. So I hope I stayed in my time, and this is it for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siciliano. Actually, the time for our session is up, but being the last session today, I think that we have a few minutes more. And before I wrap up our session, I would use the opportunity to read for you a few questions that we have received from our audience. Unfortunately, and I apologize for that, I cannot read all of them because of the time, but I will go through some of them. The first of the questions that we have received goes to Mr. Zakonšek, actually, and it is: do you expect in the near future the rules related to Green Line corridors for essential goods to be applied also to perishable and other goods in freight transport? I know that you have tackled that in your presentation, but this is the question: whether you expect that to happen in the near future. And the other question also for, I would say, is for you, is how we are going to make that shift from road to rail, given that the infrastructure, rail infrastructure in Western Balkan is very poor. Mr. Takonšek, are you with us?
Of course. Thank you very much for these questions. I'll be very quick with the answers. The answer on the first question, perishable goods, expansion to that, yes. So what we see, the green lane only really a stepping stone toward better managed borders. So if we can do it with the medical equipment, with the essential goods, the next step is perishable goods, because these are the goods that should, let's say, wait as little as possible due to its nature. But once we also were done with that, we could then expand it to basically contain all the goods. So we should not stop here where we are. And that's why the green lanes should stay forever green. And with a view as well is that the better managed borders is the heart of what we try to do. And that should, of course, we have shown with the medical equipment and everything to do with COVID that can be done. But now nothing stops us to expand this to all other goods as well, including the perishables. So this is already part of the plan. Now, secondly, the question regarding the shift from road to rail. Indeed, that question is a little bit more complex, but the problem here, of course, is that not that there is no rail infrastructure in the Western Balkans. There's actually quite a lot of rail infrastructure in the Western Balkans. However, for the last 30 years, the rail infrastructure was not invested properly. And that's why the main aim of also what European Commission and European Union is putting attention to for the upcoming period is really investments in refurbishment and rehabilitation of the existing lines which are already here. So, and here we will, and you know, if you see also what are the programs of the international financing institutions, where the European, for example, EIB and EBRD are all gearing towards supporting the green technologies and as well as green modes of transport, you can see where the money will go in the next period.
Thank you very much. Well, the next question maybe is for the Commission, maybe, because it's related to the transport policy. And it says, it is difficult to understand why the road policy, smart, resilient road development is neglected. So maybe Mr. Baron, because he also asked to short intervention, maybe he can answer this question. Mr. Baron?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jovanovic. I think that I wanted to mention two things just by completing what Mr. Zakonček just mentioned. What will be important if we want to make green lanes more comprehensive, not only covering medical equipment, but going beyond, and in particular, these other types of goods, is that we will have to make an assessment of the existing infrastructure. We may face a problem in EU member states or in Western Balkans of lack of infrastructure to ensure a very quick, let's say, checks of these perishable goods. And this is something that is important. And certainly, I think that in the coming months, the Commission and the transport community will work together in order to make this assessment and to look not only, obviously, at the proceedings, which are very important, that were properly mentioned by Matej, but also to look at what could be the needs in terms of new infrastructure in order to ensure that you can have an impeded flow of vehicles crossing the borders. Now, on the other point, I think that it's important to see that our policy does not neglect at all also the implementation of sustainable road transports. We are now working with our member states in order to ensure that on roads we could have the proper refueling station for alternative fuels, in a sense that I would say, in the medium term, road can become a much more sustainable transport mode compared to now, with potentially the development of electric vehicles, but also hydrogen vehicle on long distance. This is something which is also part of the proposal of the Commission, and this is certainly also one way to promote the development of roads. And what we are doing now in EU member states is clearly to ensure that when a road investment is made, it contains two elements: digitalization and intelligent transport and alternative fuels. This makes investment in road transport still extremely important for the EU member states. I think that the same should apply also for Western Balkans. If we are taking road only as a piece of concrete layer that you put between two cities without any, let's say, type of, I would say, type of services connected to the road, I'm not sure that in the future it will be some infrastructure that the Commission or even the EIB could easily finance.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Zakonšek also would like to react on intervention on the roads.
Just very quickly on the roads, indeed, it is far from the fact that we are excluding the roads. Roads will stay one of the most important, if not, at the moment, the most important way of moving around the region. However, one thing that we need to make sure is that the roads which we have are really, and that is also one thing that we are very much focusing on at the transport community, where we have put together an action plan on roads. It's available on our website, and it focuses exactly on what Mr. Baron has mentioned. So greening, refueling station for electricity, as well as for the future for the hydrogen for trucks, digitalization, specifically the ITS, and the third element is the climate resilience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to close our session because our time is almost 20 minutes due. So I would like to thank you all for your participation, all for giving us the overview of the challenges that we met in the time last year when the pandemic started. But not only that, showing us that there are different approaches for the different suffered for passenger and for freight transport, but also there are some similar challenges in maritime and inland waterway transport as well. Thank you very much for giving us more deep insight in the situation and the activities and measures that we already taken in order to overcome the pandemic impact. And as a conclusion, we can say that analysis of what have been done and reviewing our future plans, and first of all, the tight cooperation between all stakeholders, all participants in transport sector can lead us to the concrete result and to better fighting this this pandemic, but not only pandemic, but also to reach the overarching goals of the Green Deal. Thank you very much once again, the participant and our distinguished speakers. I wish you all the best in your future activities and also in your personal life. Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.